I am so happy to see you guys today. I am fired up. How about y'all? I thought the tunes were very fitting today. If you know, you know. We got a lot of people trying to break the boundaries here at Cooterville and turn people against Cooterville. And we're here to say, come out and play, motherfuckers. Come out and play. We are a handful of spicy cooters today. Hey, Dental Lori, good to see you. Dental's in the house. Who else is here? Feisty Coota. We got Flo. Lucky. You got lucky today because you're here in Cooterville. Cooterville. Are we going to say Cooterville or Cooterville? Hey, Berkeys. Hey, Evelyn Pickwick. Jump scare. Jump scare. You got the wah-wows. Hey, in Wales, Jojo. I hear we have a birthday in the house. Whose birthday is it today? I saw a birthday in chat. I think it's somebody's birthday.
Happy birthday, baby.
We're a little spicy today, Nama. What now? Someone says, oh, nothing. Just, people with their hate and their bullshit. Same thing, different day. DeVille. Hey, Mannequin, good to see you. Desire, good to see you. For everybody who commented on or liked my post yesterday of my dad, it was my dad's birthday yesterday. Thank you so much. I'm not going to get too much into it because it'll make me sad, and I don't want to be sad, but thank you so much for recognizing that with me yesterday. A girl. The reason Jay has to keep discussing this is because HTC is still manipulating and exploiting people, in my opinion. Right. We had lots of birthdays. Happy birthday, Paula. It was your birthday yesterday, M. Well, happy birthday, M. Let's do an official birthday. Let's do an official birthday from Everyday with Jay.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, 'cause you're awesome. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, everybody that's having a birthday. I hope you guys have a great day. Welcome to the club. Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Vonda. It's good to see you. Ishi's here finally. I know everybody's had a lot going on. There's been a lot of people that are sick. I hope everybody who's sick is feeling better. I see a lot of fur babies are sick. I hope your animals feel better. I actually just joined, what's the online vet called? Oh my God, it's escaped me. But it actually cost me the same amount, but it wasn't anything major. My dog has ongoing allergies, but Dutch. It's called Dutch. And no, this is not a promo. I don't have any promos. I'll be like, Lauren, animal care is so expensive. But thankfully, there's Dutch. Try Dutch for 1 month. Use code HTC scams. Not a promo, but check it out. If you have an ongoing thing, they'll do video calls with you and look at your animal and stuff. But it's definitely not for emergencies. Oh, Kels, you don't have to apologize in advance. You're good. I'm feeling spicy too. Hey, CH, good to see you. CH is everywhere. I've seen CH and Andrea's and Hella's. I see you everywhere. Hey, Sin. Yours has ongoing seizures. I don't know. I could do a few good promos. I used to get promos before all the big ones came to YouTube. I used to get all kinds of shit. Back in 2018, 2019, I would get there was this murder game. God, what was the name of that game? It was, I can't remember. I can't remember anything. I have a lot going on right now. My bathroom is torn up. I painted it yesterday. Good morning, Melissa. Good to see you. Hey, Nina, Boomer Cooter. It's called Dutch. It's called Dutch. I'm sorry for your loss, Marissa, as well. Sister of the Moon, is it your birthday too? Aw, I had to put down my 17-year-old dog too. So what else is going on? Oh, I wanted to put a poll in the chat to get y'all's opinion. I want to see if you guys want to cover this. Hang on. I'll explain. Okay, so answer the poll, but listen to me first. So when I say cover the photos, I would obviously leave out the gruesome ones because I don't agree with showing those and zooming in on the victim's blood. But, oh, we got a cooter chat.
Today is the 24th anniversary of my little brother death. I was 14 when Mom had him. He was a true blessing. We miss you daily, Tiny. We will never forget.
Thank you, Flo, for your cooter chat, and R.I.P. to Tiny. Big hugs to you, Flo. It never gets easier. It doesn't. You were on Hella's last night, and a lot of us were looking for you. We wanted to share the video where Trisha talks about recording Ramsey. Oh, I wasn't around last night. It's in Trisha's CrimeCon live. It's still up in her on her channel. So back to the poll. There's a lot of photos that I would like to go over. And the reason I decided that I even wanted to go over them, at first I was like, no way, I couldn't bear to go through these. But I watched Anjanette's show last night. Put a 1 in chat if you watched Anjanette Levy go over, in her show Crime Fix, go over the Idaho photos and other stuff. I mean, she didn't just focus on those. But the thing that got me was, and I hate to say this because I never questioned it before, but now I'm questioning it. And I'm not questioning if Kohlberger's innocent or anything like that. But she said, and you know, we saw the sheath, we saw a picture of the sheath in evidence, but now we see a picture of the sheath under Maddie's leg and sticking out. I did, Burke. I did. And there's only a couple blood spots on the back side of the sheath. And then she said, thanks, Kels. Then she said that there was unknown male DNA on the other side. I didn't like that. Yes, Elizabeth, the other DNA. So I'm not talking about the DNA that was on the railing going outside. I'm talking about the actual knife sheath. And she said that now it says they tested the strap of the knife sheath, not the snap. So I hate when this shit comes out and it's different than what we were originally told, because then it tends to make everyone go back to the beginning and question everything. I want to know why there's unknown male DNA on the underside of the sheath. That is weird to me. Good morning, Felicia. Hey, RLR. Good to see you. That to me is why, yeah, the strap of it. Like I thought, oh, it was the snap. It was the snap. It was the snap. Like we all thought they went in and got it out of the silver snap thing. Now they're saying it was the strap of the part that snaps together. So I'm extremely confused. And then the fact that there's unknown DNA. Right. He confessed. I know. Can you change your vote? I said no, but yes now. Yeah. And that the footprint, Elizabeth, as yes. So remember we heard all about the diamond-shaped footprint that was found in the amino black. And I thought that Anjanette's discussion with Joe Scott Morgan was so interesting. I loved that show. I think that show was one of her best crime fixes ever. Not that I'm any kind of a, scaler of that, but I think that that was a really good show. There's so much in the docs that contradicts what they were saying in court. I agree. And I know that Andrea, there's a lot of people that have questioned this. I, however, did not question Koberger's guilt or innocence after I never thought they had the wrong guy. I really didn't. I don't think it was planted. But I do think that there's more that we don't know. You got to be careful with Lana from TNT. She fabricates shit too. I'm just being real. Hey, welcome DP to Cooterville. Thank you for joining today. Let's give an official welcome.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
Do you guys want to redo the poll? I should have probably explained it first. Here, we'll redo it and let's see. You guys can vote on that while we get started. All right, there you go. I didn't know if anybody would want to see it. I really don't want to analyze the blood because I'm not a blood spatter expert, and I don't think anyone should pretend to be. I think it's very irresponsible. I'm just going to say it. Jules, that true crime Jules, girl, you got the numbers in your chat, but you were fucking sensationalizing the shit out of those photos. You sure did. You sensationalized everything. Oh my God. It looks like they fucking sanded the banister. Shut up. She was so sensational. She had like 3,000 in her chat. And it seemed like the bigger the chat got, the more she sensationalized it. The more she zoomed in. Just gross. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's gross. The blood it's sick. In Xana's room, you can tell she fought him. We don't need to zoom in on the smear marks. We don't need to zoom in on that. That's gross. She sensationalizes everything. She's one of those clicky YouTubers. If we would have had a trial, we probably would have found all this. Now we're going to get all these. I mean, and then another reason is the Gonsalves. They wrote, oh, hey, Emmy. Emmy! I've missed you, Emmy. Fuck you been? The Gonsalves posted, they're like, we got a call at 11:30 in the morning. When we got off the call, so they said they got a call that some photos were going to be released. When they got off the call, the photos were already released. And they were like, please, think of this as your sister or your daughter. They're doing everything they can to get people to not show the gruesome shit. I get it. I personally don't want to focus on the, blood. Yeah, you never heard of her? You're good then. Very opinionated and very they like to get people riled up, right? They're lying to you and get them all riled up that they're being lied. I mean, that's the way to get the audience to come back, but to me it's deceptive and I don't like that. I feel like it's deceptive. I think they did a shoddy investigation. I think the Moscow police were in over their head. I don't think ISP was really that much better, to be honest with you. However, just because they did a shitty investigation doesn't equal Brian Koberger being innocent. You know what I mean? Hey, bada bing, bada boom. Two things can be right at the same time, can be true at the same time. You can still have Brian Koberger being guilty as fuck, and you can have the Moscow police being a bunch of fucking Keystone cops, Yeah, I just don't get down with conspiracy theories around young people's deaths like that. I don't find entertainment or fun in that. However, I do find fun in calling out this plastic. I do. And some of you may be sick of it. Some of you may be saying, it's old. But think about Crusha. Think about let's just think about Crusha. Just Crusha. Minus all the other people, okay? All the other victims. Let's just think about what she's done to Crusha. That alone, she's never apologized. She's never admitted it. She sits back in her little rented shirts that look like she's at Oktoberfest acting like nothing ever happened. Just Crusha alone. Look what she's done to Christina. Look at Christina. Just let's put Christina right there. Look at everything she's done to her. Christina never has put her fucking name on TikTok ever. Ever. Never said her name. And look what this bitch put her through. Now, if anything needs to be called out, it's this. None of your business. It's good to see you. Until she either takes accountability or stops with her bullshit, I'm here. Like Lucky said, I'm unemployed. Fucker, this is my job. Lucky, when you say I'm unemployed obsessed, I beg to differ because I get a 1099 every year and I got to pay my taxes just like you do, motherfucker. And don't come in here again, Lucky, attacking my moderators. Because if you call Gigi.
You want me to call Gigi?
We're going to call Gigi on your ass, Lucky. You don't want us to call Gigi. But no, I think it's very important. I think that, just those two cases right there are a very good reason to keep this going, to not let people like this just slip under the radar and keep doing what they're doing. Hey, Robbie.
Just help a brother out here.
Carolyn, welcome to Cooterville. Good to see you, and thank you for your support.
Just help a brother out.
Oh, Chuck Anderson's granddaughter, too. I got the best granddaughter of Chuck Anderson here. Carolyn Breeding, welcome to Cooterville. Thank you so much, guys. Right, Dental Lori. You have to continue to talk about it or it won't stop. And that's usually what happens, is that people just say, oh, fuck it. Aw, OVG, you just made me very self-conscious. Thanks. Love is in the air. Thank you, Chuck Anderson, for gifting one. Random, welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and close your legs. Teresa Strunk. Hey, girl, hey. It's so good to see you. How are you? Teresa Strunk is in chat. She is my high school friend. So you can ask her. I haven't changed a bit. I am who I was 30 years ago, Teresa. Hasn't been that long. But that's my high school friend. Say hi to my Romeo High School buddy. If that's not a testimony to who I am, I don't know what is. I got a high school friend in the chat. Hey, Buzzy. Buzzy, bring a high school friend of yours in the chat. Interview him. Let's both interview our high school friends, Buzzy. Let's see how that goes. Things have been crazy in like real life, but things have been crazy here on the tubes too. Kelly Mack. Kelly Mack, you're supposed to be working. Thank you for your super chat. She said their handling of Maddie Soto's case was enough for me. Fuck HTC. Hey, Ballet Flats. Aw, thank you, Chuck Anderson. I always screw up spelling her name. Jada, we've missed you, girl. Where you been? She said, hey, miss everyone. Cooterville, screw them. Thank you, Pines, for gifting 5. Oh, my God. Micro Blue, Joan Fardy, Cappy, M. Yay. Make sure you thank Pines. Micro Blue, make sure you thank Pines for your cootership. All right. So get your votes in on the Idaho thing. I think that Anders, I can promise you me and Teresa have never showed our booties to one another. We probably gotten in trouble together, but didn't watch HTC on Soto Case. Not a big viewer of HTC. I've been lost in Gore World. What a mess. Oh, man. Well, thanks for coming out today. Everybody, thank you for being here. I really do appreciate it. Again, the Cooter Chats are pinned as well as the poll. Let me know if you want to go on J4J and dive into some of this new stuff that came out. 2,600 photos. And the Gonsalves were like, you know, this isn't content. Like, you don't need to zoom in on this. Like, I agree with that, so we'll do it respectfully. SC Girl says, I got 2 people I need to see held accountable, Lauren and Jen Soto. All right, so it's been a minute since we're reviewing this, so I want to remind everybody where we left off. I went back about a minute because this is part 5. We went through 1, 2, 3, and 4. But over the holidays, we kind of got lost track of this. Other things came up, etc. So this is part 5 of our breakdown, and we're going to just see what's said. We're going to break down things that we learned since she did this live stream. Byington. Let's see. What do you got to say? I can't say anything about shiny faces because my face is very oily and I get very shiny in this freaking light too. So I can't bag on her for that. But Byington, you people must have really liked her. As much attention as you are still giving her. I never thought she was that important. She's not important. She's a scammer. Okay? Just because we're shedding light on her being a fucking exploiter and scammer doesn't make her important. It makes her an exploiter and a scammer, and we want to protect anybody in the future. Okay? Byington. Sounds like Lauren or Grayson or John. John, go put on some pants and ask Google how to fucking get out of bed. Hey, John, ask Google to make you up a diet plan. Hey, Google. Sorry, I won't do that to you guys. All right. We're going to pick it up right here at 5:50. Wait, I got to go back. At 5:41, we're going to start here and we'll see where we end up. As always, the Cooter Chat is pinned at the top if you'd like to send a Cooter Chat to me. It will stop everything, read your Cooter Chat, and we'll keep going. So thank you guys so much for your support. As always, there is the membership and the Super Chat option if you would rather use that as well. Good afternoon, Miss Higgins. All right, let's go. Hey, Jean.
Girl, I'm not touching this. I'm not getting my hands dirty.
So this is Gigi. We left off here, around here.
This creator, again, would not talk to me and was also calling several of my professional contacts behind my back.
Behind my back.
But they don't know anything. They're not getting their hands dirty at all. Not one of those people reached out to me. I felt like Charles Vallow running around trying to figure out what's going on. Why am I?
Yep, there's the second time she mentions Charles Vallow. Just this alone. I felt like Charles Vallow running around asking what's going on, trying to figure out what's going on. F you, Lauren. Hey, Ski Utah, good to see ya. Where you been?
Ski Utah.
Am I being labeled dark? What did I do? What are they saying?
Why am I being labeled dark? You labeled yourself dark. As if that's not messed up. Even in the Lori Vallow situation, right? Chad was the one labeling people dark. She's labeling herself dark. Girl, get help.
What's happening? I have
Hey,
no
Michelle.
idea. Except that I know
Crossbodies here.
2 people allegedly involved in calling my contacts.
Crossbody.
That one of them called the creator, and the creator is now calling people I care about.
People you care about or people you talk shit about? Big difference.
And that they want my head on a platter. And that they have private texts of mine and I should be ready for something to go big. They're going to blow this shit up. Head on a platter. I was so afraid. I didn't know.
Ooh, Mrs. Always Right just gifted 10. Thank you, Christy Durbin, Cross Stitchin', Momo Shark, Crack-a-Jack-a-lacka, Flower
Just help a
Girl,
brother out.
This Normal Idaho Mom, Farrell, Glass Evidence, Michelle, Rita. Welcome to Cooterville, girls and boys. Love is in the air here in Cooterville. We are just lovers, not fighters over here. They want my head on a silver platter.
Everybody close your leg. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs. Thank you so much, Mrs. Always Right. And if you received one, tell Mrs. Always Right, you're always right. This is the best thing to do. Thank you.
What was happening. And I called people. No one would call me. No one would tell me what was going on.
They don't have
Just
to.
a whisper campaign. People that I thought were my friends,
Whisper campaign?
fellow journalists I thought were my buddies. No one decided maybe we should call Lauren and find out what's going on.
Nah. Why bother?
And so with those threats and with that imminent threat, I called my local police
I think it's
department.
imminent.
Or Grayson.
I don't think it's eminent. I think it's imminent threat with an I. With that imminent threat. Eminem.
Called the local police department. I can't remember now.
Oh, you can't remember. You know damn well it was Grayson because you're setting her up, Miss Blue Eyes.
Oh.
She's such a
I think you said
bitch.
it was you, right? Was it you?
Of course it was her.
We were, yeah.
We were together. Lauren's like, no, we weren't. It was all you, baby.
Together. I don't know.
Yeah.
This
It
is
was
the
all
date
you.
of that police report, June 19th, 2025. And the type of report is threats and harassment. Threats and harassment. Would you guys say that this is a false police report?
Yes.
Threats and
Okay. Would you guys say this is a false police report? Put a 1 for false. Put a 2 for not false. I would say we all think it is false. You should have criminal charges. However, they won't charge her for this. There's so many cases out there. They're not going to charge her, even though she did break the law.
harassment. When no one else would tell me what was going on. I mean, a few did. Like I said, I knew that the creator was calling people, and I knew who called the creator to tell them stuff. That's all I got.
No, this is regular speed. Doesn't it sound really slow? Slower than it did before?
So let's read some of the police report. I did not call the police about my stalker. It had nothing to do with her. There was no TikTok account at this moment. Nothing. Just to brace yourself. This creator clearly knows stuff. Brace yourself for stuff to go public. But
brace yourself.
no, nothing.
No one will call me.
So here's some of the words from this local police.
So she can't say so normally. Notice she didn't say Sue. She said so.
Report. Ex-employees
Hey,
are
Liz.
suspected of sending emails threatening to expose Lauren's emails and text messages that could do harm to her and her business and re-victimize victims that she has worked with in the past. Yes. And like I said, can you imagine being a victim at a trial and receiving emails like this, dealing with this, re-victimizing victims, yes. To do
Yes.
such a thing, to share text, to share private texts that are off record, where I'm discussing this case for years, that is going to re-victimize victims. Things that they should never hear going on behind the scenes.
Oh, wait.
All I have done is defend them.
Oh, she's such a liar. Now we know all these texts have come out and stuff. And she's like, all I've done is defend them. That's bullshit. All you did was backstab them. And there shouldn't be shit talking going on behind the scenes. By the way, I have a funny palate cleanser for us today, because I have a feeling she's going to piss us off. Should I speed her up a tad? She's really
For
slow.
years, the victims of this case, I don't want them to know why I had to defend them.
I like it better a little sped up. She's almost too slow to even comprehend.
I don't want them to know things behind the scenes that are so icky in the podcast world that they have to see them.
There should be nothing icky about the victims in the podcast world. That's bullshit. Don't ever let anyone convince you that there should be icky things talked about victims behind the scenes. That never happens. That should not happen. That's very icky. Okay? There should be nothing icky talked about them. So she's already justifying to make it normal that there's talk like that going on and that it shouldn't get out. She looks like she has braces here. That's what my mouth looked like when I had braces. But seriously, she's trying to normalize the shit. Like, oh, there's shit talking. Everybody does it. But, it should not be seen by these victims. No. She's acting like she's trying to protect them.
I don't want them to know why I had to defend them. I don't want them to know things behind the scenes that are so icky.
Yeah, kind of like you making an alt and going on East Idaho News and trolling Nate Eaton. Things like that. Things that people don't normally do.
In the podcast world that they have to see them.
Hey, Jammers.
I care about the victims.
Oh, my God.
They are my friends.
Oh, my God.
Some media persons have advised they have received some copies of the emails and texts from another party, possibly an ex-employee. Only one email was sent to Lauren advising of possibly putting information out to the media, claiming that Lauren is not being truthful. And this email came from a Proton account. I showed you that Proton.
Crouton.
A law stated also it does make it a misdemeanor to deliver defamatory statements to an editor or publisher if information is being released. So there you go.
There you go.
An ex-employee, the ex-contractor, that as of July 2024 is suspected of releasing info to third parties. And that is true. Are they releasing text messages of mine, whether verbally or physically?
Hey, Cheryl.
Whether they're calling someone to do it or sending them. That's who I'm concerned about. Threats pertaining to the situation info on cyber stalking laws, using text messages for cyber stalking, which includes publishing or distributing information to increase the risk of harm or violence to the victim, is a Category C felony in Nevada. In summary, sharing text messages with a third party without the consent of all involved parties in Nevada could be considered unlawful and may lead to criminal charges, including felony penalties and a civil lawsuit for invasion of privacy. It's crucial to understand these regulations before sharing any personal communications. To simplify, the victim believes that the suspect or an ex-contractor has sent company or personal text messages to a third party. Lauren is concerned if text messages are released to the public, that her reputation will suffer and that victims of crimes she has worked with in the past will be re-victimized. Yes. If you are going to share with people what is going on behind the scenes in my chats day in and day night while covering cases, victims will be
Wait, hold on.
re-victimized. It is cruel
Wait.
to even send them an...
Did she say day in and day night? She did. I think she was like on some kind of substance. I mean, I know we thought that before, but thanks, Diet Coke. Day in and day night. That's like a 2-year-old would mess that up. Like day in and day night.
Share with people what is going on behind the scenes in my chats day in and day night while covering cases, victims will be re-victimized. It is cruel to even send them an email suggesting something is coming out and that the truth will come out. And I have not spoken poorly of victims in my text messages.
Well, we know that was a straight up lie. I don't think she took something in this live, did she? That was a different one, maybe. I don't know if we did, but we did here, actually. Right here. This is a different live. I think she was on with Colby during this one. She's like, bloop. Down the throat. Down the throat. This is
No
sped
matter
up.
what anybody has said.
This is sped up
I
right
have
here.
defended them for years when others wouldn't.
You lying liar who lies.
So let's see. The ex-contractor was sent a cease and desist order from Lauren's lawyer on April 9th, 2025. And text messages have supposedly been shared with a third party after the cease and desist order was delivered and served, possibly even calling them. And yes, people can make fake text messages.
Oh, no.
Do we have?
Oh, no. YouTube bad actors. What? Why are you putting that on the YouTube? YouTube bad actors said people can make fake text messages. No. Don't feed the beast. Don't feed the beast.
That Janice screenshot, Janice shows you how to do it.
Oh, Janice. Cease and desist right now, Lauren. Janice shows you how to do it.
And she sent out cease and desist letters too.
Look at her. Duper's delight. Look, I'm going to show you how Janice does it.
Publicly. Yeah, fine.
Oh, she hates Janice. Girl, oh my God. She hates Janice, like with a passion. I really think she takes all her anger out is on Janice. Belly plants. Here comes Lauren blaming me for altering text messages. Janice, you're like me. You and I sit in the same boat. I get blamed for everything. Like everything. Hey, Dream Feed Media. Someone could do the same thing as me. I'm the horrible person. Oh, for them, it's just expected. Janice, I feel you. My sister from another mister.
That Janice screenshot, Janice shows you how to do it.
She's so jealous of Janice.
Publicly. Yeah, find it. Janice makes fake text messages. Let's find that and we'll.
Oh, you said that like a fact. Like Janice makes fake text messages. Like that was a statement.
Show them Janice making fake text messages. Yeah, that's a thing. Janice posts about that. How you can do that.
Janice posts about that. She gave a tutorial. Shut up.
So yeah, that's a thing. After the cease and desist order
You can tell she hates Janice. Like hates her.
was delivered and served per request from the victim, I attempted to contact the creator. Let's see, hold on. I have bad eyes right now. This is really small. Yeah, do you have my glasses?
Oh,
They
God.
got dark and this is really small. I have...
Get my glasses. Get my glasses. Grayson. This is where she does the glasses. Her and John and their glasses.
Okay. Thank you. Guys,
Carla?
this is
That would be
here.
Grayson.
Reading glasses.
Grayson.
Okay. Much better. Much better.
She acts like a little girl. Oh, much better.
So then they attempted to contact the creator. They left voicemail with both my ex-contractor and creator, who told us.
Allegedly, Lauren is so afraid that Janice. I forgot about Janice's brother. Okay, so you guys, put this in perspective. You meet Janice, and lo and behold, years like a decade or so prior, you was in bed with her brother. I think I would go out of my way to be extra nice to Janice, not the opposite. That may just backfire. All right, so Lauren is afraid that Janice's bro told her all about how him and Lauren did not hook up and how Lauren did not stay at his house for months. Winky, winky. Yeah, the doctor. Doctor, give me the news. I got a bad case of loving you. Hey, Flannel. I'd like to know more about that from the physician. He was my doctor. I was 29. I did not kiss that man. Right. It's like Clinton. I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Then they wanted my head on a platter, requesting a call back. Those were the two people we told him to call. Well, they called back, and the ex-contractor advised that she had not shared the info or texts with anyone. That's false because, yeah, anyway. She was, even if...
See, that's so stupid of her, you know? Janice says Lauren hated me big time after she found out who my brother was. And after that, Lauren started a smear campaign on me. That's not smart. That's not smart. You think she'd, be extra nice to you. But here we go. Right, Southern-ishy. Well, this one's not quite normal.
Reading them. She was concerned it could be Lauren's newer friends. The newer friends and employees had contacted my ex-contractor to ask her about my working relationship. What did we just learn? My stalker. I had no idea the TikTok didn't exist. This is when I was just saying, hey, leave me alone. I feel threatened. She contacted my ex-contractor to learn about my past working relationships. Stalking. Torturous interference. Malicious. Like, why?
Torturous? Oh my God. She can share texts, but no one else can. She shared them all throughout this live. I'm going to keep this pinned up there. Anybody would like to get a screenshot? Here, I'll put torturous down here. It's even on the screen. Torturous interference. Janice says that my brother was like 33 doing his residency. She tried to make it out like he was a creepy old man. Like John. She tried to make your brother seem like John. He was young. She was 29. He was 33. She ended up in his bed. And then years later, she meets Ballet Flats. Dr. Vonda says, I remember years ago, she started a smear campaign. I'm so sorry you had to go through that, Janice. For years, a lot was said about Janice publicly, and she never said a word back about anyone. I'm sorry too, Janice. I know we all laugh, but at the end of the day, it really isn't funny. She's saying a lot of untrue things. And I currently have someone doing the same to me. So we're in the same boat, girls.
My stalker was sitting right next to me. Contractor angrily quit and says she never wanted to speak.
Wait, that was weird cut. Wait. She cut that right there.
Malicious. Like, why? My stalker was sitting right next to me. Contractor angrily.
Ooh, what'd they cut out right there, girls? Torturous interference, and then she says, like, why? My stalker was sitting right there next to me, and then it cuts out. I wonder what she got. Also, my child in 6th grade learned how to alter words on desktop in his typing class. Lauren needs to watch that video that was made that I commented. Fuck Lauren. Oh yeah, she does think you're a sock account. She thinks you're fake.
She was sitting, my stalker was sitting right next to me. Contractor angrily quit and said she never wanted to speak to me.
And then contractor angrily quit. So who was it that she's saying angrily quit? You can afterwards, Lisa T. Like you can go back after and edit. Maybe she said her name. Oh, maybe.
Again, and I cried and she hugged me. And now she's angry at me and she is reaching out to this woman to get dirt on me. Once again,
it's okay, Grammy.
Is relentless and calling everyone I know and triangulating everyone I know. Triangulating everyone to tell them lies, to spread fear. Like this has been going on for months. And that, my friends, is something that I learned from this police report. And it is not a false police report. And after we learned that she was involved. And by the way, I mentioned that the entire
hi CNN, beautiful
with the police
honey.
On my end, he knew that.
CNN, beautiful baby, honey. I love you. Welcome in, baby. I like seeing you here, CNN. Thanks for coming back.
The recording, we're going to pull that up, releasing what the police officer also said after talking to both of them. I texted it to you for, okay. So we recorded everything the police officer was saying to us. He knew I was recording. I said, by the way, can I record? He goes, yeah, I'm here. I've got, so yes. So this is one.
He said, I'm here. I've got my body cam, but you recorded anyways. Hey, Jeep babe.
One of the things that he told us, he came back from talking to both these people. Yeah, and by the way, throughout this whole thing, like I'm having to figure this out on my own, like a journalist. But I'm not a journalist or anyone else is reaching out to me. But I'm figuring it out. Friends are reaching out. Friends are telling me when somebody's calling them.
Figure this out like a journalist.
They're coming clean. So we're gonna pull that up. But essentially, the police officer comes in and says, "So I talked to the ex-contractor, and they're saying that they brought up the stalker's name. So they mentioned the stalker, not us. We were like, oh, really? Huh. So here we go. This is from my recording that was taken with permission from officer who knew that I was recording while he was investigating my report.
We've seen it all.
I say, what are they saying? Officer, the anonymous Proton email came up saying that, yeah, there is information, but yeah, I've talked to creator and ex-contractor. Lauren, okay, and what did the ex-contractor say? Well, she says that she got messages from the past and stuff, and denying different, denying that she's part of this kind of thing. But she did mention that my stalker, she mentioned that person. Lauren, that's
right. But Candace, she didn't want to say it was on body cam in this because she knew people would get it. She kind of stopped herself. She's like, he said, yeah,
That she's sending texts, officer, that she feels that might be somebody that might be more involved with it. Lauren, okay. With it, by the way, what is with it?
What?
And we're not playing the audio, but in the audio, you can actually hear Grayson say, huh, that's interesting. But I also want to point out what is it? What is this it? What are they trying? Are they all trying to destroy me? Are they getting a group together to hurt me and destroy me, to burn my false kingdom down? Which I don't. Why is it false? I don't even know. But now, my stalker, never mind, they're an ex-contractor too. So really, these are all a bunch of people that
Why is it false? She says, why is it false? Look at her. What do you mean my kingdom's false? Why is it false? I don't even know.
But now, my stalker, never mind, they're an ex-contractor too. So really, these are all a bunch of people that used to work for me. So now my ex-contractor is connecting with another ex-contractor.
Your inks contractor is now connecting with another inks contractor.
And then they're bringing in this creator to tell her things that defaming things, and then they're getting her to call other people. Like, what is this? This would be called group bullying, triangulation, fear tactics.
Fear.
It's cruel.
It's cruel.
So this was not a fake police report.
Oh my God.
It was real, and we've caught it.
We've caught it.
So
she caught it. We did it.
So I supposedly filed false police reports. The other police report, as you know, and we're not going to go over it again, was in Boise, Idaho, when we felt threatened and felt unsafe walking to our car. So we called dispatch to escort us.
Liar, 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 liar. We all know she didn't call for an escort. She called to get them in trouble, arrested, if you will. I called to the dispatch to escort us. Hey, Paul. Trapezoidization.
To our vehicle. After that happened, that was when police said, hey,
if,
you know,
we fill
why
this
don't I take an
out?
incident down? Because if you get a lot of incident reports, it's helpful. Let's get this in an incident report. I did not call for an incident report. Those are the only 2 times that I have called police. Neither of them fake. And yeah.
Both of them were fake, liar. Yeah. Can't stand this woman.
And I'm not going after my stalker with police.
Wait, what? Wait, what? And I'm not going after my stalker with police? Then who are you going after? What are you talking about?
And yeah. And I'm not going after my stalker with police. It was after, going back to the local police report, it was after the stalker was mentioned that the police officer then called her too. And then she recorded that for all of TikTok, that call.
Wait, hold on.
It was after, going back to the local police report, it was after the stalker was mentioned that the police officer then called her too.
After the stalker was mentioned. So she's saying after Christina was mentioned, but she's not saying by who.
And then she recorded that for all of TikTok, that call.
We all know that Christina now called to verify the law that she was being accused of breaking in another state.
So several individuals have been the subject of a cease and desist letter or false police reports. The requested injunction is simply Matthias's latest attempt to shut down speech with which she disagrees. The requested injunction lacks merit under Utah's civil stalking statute, the stalking statute Utah code. The stalker has not spoken with or otherwise communicated with Matthias directly or indirectly. Disagree, I think indirectly she has, since April 2025, when she responded to a string of text messages from Matthias. The stalker has not initiated any communication with Matthias since March 2025, before their friendship fell out. Matthias bases the requested injunction on a tangled web of allegations regarding Matthias's own conduct and the conduct of the conduct of Matthias's other former friends and acquaintances. Matthias provides no evidence that stalker has ever asked or induced anyone to contact Matthias for any reason, let alone to threaten her. Matthias states that she has subjectively felt fear and emotional distress, but cannot point to any threat or statement that would cause such a reaction to the reasonable person in Matthias's circumstances.
Ooh, purple. You think so? What was that all about? Oh, she muted. Love is in the air. Have you guys hit that like button yet?
So, okay, we by the way, we're going to pause really quickly because Grayson did find where Janice does talk about making fake text messages online.
That's why she was smiling, because Grayson found the Janice stuff. Hey, Tori, thank you for joining today. Welcome to Cooterville.
Okay, actually, we're going to wait a little bit longer. We're going to block out who. Oh, you already did. You already did. Okay, it's coming. Okay. I know. Can you imagine a life so small that your thrill comes from being a bully? Hugs you. Thank you. Thank you.
Here for it. Me too. Love is in the air.
Okay, so I'll keep reading. We're gonna get that.
So.
Further,
I think when she lies, she says so.
Requested injunction,
or she's reading so,
is unconstitutional. And by the way, everything I'm sharing from people, by the way, is public. You know, I'm not sharing private texts because I don't do that.
Oh, you don't? I don't share private texts. I don't do that. You did it in this live, liar.
The imposition, or unless they've already been shared by somebody else, too. The imposition or enforcement of the...
Oh, it's okay as long as they've been shared by somebody else. You're not doing anything wrong. So the first person to share them is the one that should go to prison. And then everybody after that is just A-okay. It's free game. Just don't be the first person to do it. Because you're going to spend 5 years for each text you leak. Because it is against federal law. Yep, they shared Colby's. They shared, who else? Who else? I know they shared Felicia's private email. Text messages with Christina. I know were shared in this live. Unless they were shared by someone else first, then it's okay. Because I don't do that. I'll just follow suit.
The text, because I don't do that. The imposition, or unless they've already been shared by somebody else, too. The imposition or enforcement of the requested injunction or the temporary restraining...
Christina Milk. She shared... Oh, that's Ballet Flats. She shared so many private texts. I've seen several. She sent Christina of private text messages with other. Christina says, you did, but I'm talking about the people who were watching it.
Order that was issued on September 5th, 2025 would violate this person's...
Oh, yeah. And they recorded Gigi.
If you call Gigi.
Do you want me to call Gigi?
Right. The defendant, the stalker's rights under the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution and the Utah Constitution. Recent case law makes it clear that content-based restrictions on speech, even in the civil stalking context, must withstand strict scrutiny. The proposed speech restrictions in the requested injunction fall far short. Similarly, nothing in the requested injunction or supporting materials established that the stalker acted with requisite degree of culpability under recent U.S. Supreme Court case law. And for these reasons, the stalker respectfully requests the court deny the requested injunction. Do you have it? It's okay. I can keep reading if not. Okay, let's just take a break.
Ooh, sounds like a cooter chat.
G, your lives are life. 2 hearts emoji.
Yay, Shortcake Girl. She said, my lives are life. Thank you so much, Shortcake Girl. I appreciate you and everybody else in chat. If you could hit the thumbs up for me, it is a free way to support me as well. Thank you for your cooter chat. Okay, this says Annie's post. Wait, hold on. She's trying to say this is Janice. Oh, Janice replied. PSA, screenshots can be manipulated. Da, 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 da. This isn't even Janice writing this. Is she going to read this? I don't even remember this. What are you doing, Lauren? Puff, puff, pass, by the way.
Keep going. Just put it up when you're ready, and then I'll know.
Does she end up reading that, y'all?
The Matthias relies...
Does she end up reading that? Because if not, I'll go back and read that, because I don't remember that. She called Juan Quime to report Gigi for liking Christina's TikToks.
The lawn crime.
Wow, what a bitch. What a biatch. Does she end up reading that?
Primarily on 3 declarations in support of the requested injunction. 2 declarations from Matthias and a declaration from Grayson. This opposition relies upon and incorporates by reference the following declarations filed herewith along with documents and things that the stalker expects and introduces in her defense at the hearing. Declaration of the stalker, declaration of Lindsay, declaration of Janice, declaration of Lori, or for the sake of brevity, the stalker does not restate the facts from each of the foregoing declarations and instead provides a summary of the key facts as follows. Number 1, Matthias, okay, we're going to take a break. Here we are. PSA, screenshots can be manipulated and falsified. I dealt with this when a troll was harassing me on Twitter, but I'll demonstrate with a message I wrote to our general admin account, Arctic Feline. Before I could reply from the Arctic Feline account, Janice replied, which was perfect. The first screenshot is the original message. The second I did in a few minutes with a free photo manipulation tool. And the third I did in a browser, no other tool needed. Notice how with that option, I don't even have the space constraints of the original message. These trolls go from case to case with a few tricks that they can use over and over. I've heard from people who have run other groups that the people who have trolled or troll family members in other cases, and one of the group of trolls hacked another group leader's accounts and published their passwords. This is what these people do. The end goal, I believe, what is it? Intimidation and retaliation. And if you prove this is one of their pet projects, isn't that the hero they need? Anyway, they mentioned Melanie Gibb. So they go from case to case. They do this. People do this. They're saying, and Janice is going to demonstrate how. Do you have the text messages? Because then they put a demonstration in. We'll need some time for that. So I'll keep going. And then they actually show it. Hold on.
This proves nothing.
Okay.
She thinks
we
it does.
have it. We just need to mark out some names.
Okay.
Hold on. We're going to silence.
Oh my gosh. These people are insufferable. Hi, Maureen. You'll get caught up quick. Yeah, Dr. Vonda, she talked some shit that you were a sock account of Annie Cushing. I was like, what the fuck? I think Lauren is actually scared of Janice. I do too. Not that she has any reason to be, but I think she's intimidated by Janice.
Matthias is a public figure with hundreds of thousands of subscribers on YouTube and tens of thousands of followers across various social media platforms. By the way, I'm pretty sure that doesn't mean that Taylor Swift can't have a stalker. Do you know what I mean? Like if a stalker is harassing Taylor Swift just because she's a public figure, doesn't mean she can't go to court and get a civil stalking.
Are you comparing yourself to Taylor Swift? I don't remember this. I don't remember this. She's comparing herself to Taylor Swift? I don't remember this part. Wow. So we have Charles Vallow already in this segment. And now Taylor Swift? Ugh.
Injunction. But nonetheless, we'll keep reading. The stalker met Matthias in April 2024 and maintained a friendship for several months thereafter. By March of 2025, the friendship had waned. The stalker did not initiate any contact with Matthias after that time. In April 2025, the stalker spoke to Matthias about some of her public statements and conduct. By the way, no, she actually never did talk to me about any of my public statements or conduct. Never. Just so you know, no public statements and no public content has ever been under scrutiny. People have not come up to me about any public statements.
Me too, Liz.
Or conduct at all. Just so you know. Some people are upset by things I might have said in private messages.
Yeah, they are. Thank you, Ishi, for 10. She dropped 10 on us. Dropping 10 on us, Jack. Thank you so much, Ishi. If you received a cootership, make sure you tell Ishi thank you. Love is in the air.
Whether fake or real, I don't know. In April 2025, the stalker told Matthias about some of her public statements and conduct. Not true. She only spoke to me about private conversations, which prompted Matthias to make a variety of accusations against and demands to the stalker.
Hey, Galen.
The stalker has not communicated directly or indirectly with Matthias since April 2025. Around that same time, Matthias launched a series of accusations and demands against her and other former friends and acquaintances, including Lindsay. No, actually, she's actually not. This is actually my former producer. So let's make that clear. And yeah, I did send her a cease and desist for a private business reason. Matthias also began behaving strangely
private business
toward her friend.
Damn it, Nuke. She said she sent Lindsay a cease and desist on a private business matter. Is that so?
Friends. Toward the stalker's friends, including without limitations, Janice. And I've just never really talked to her. And
talked to her brother, though.
No, actually. And Lindsay. by approaching them or standing near them in public places with the apparent intent to provoke a confrontation. How does one make an apparent intent to provoke
You did. We
a
watched it.
confrontation? It literally means I'm not doing anything.
No, it doesn't. It means you went and sat by the fucking door. You knew they were in there. They had been in there for hours. Y'all sat by the door. Then you called the police, and we heard you tell the police, yeah, they got that. Yeah, we got it. Yeah, we got it. It was all a setup, and we all know.
But yeah, if I'm reporting at a trial, we might be standing in a similar place. And actually, I'm a grown-up. And
Oh, you're a grown-up. Oh, God, I can't stand her. We might be standing in a similar place, and I'm a grown-up. Hold on. I've got to get my other windows open, pull up clips. I'm getting pissed. Let's show everybody how grown-up Lauren Matthias is. This is Lauren Matthias's grown-up behavior. Just give me a second here to get my shit together. We'll show how mature she is. I mean, I could probably pull up a lot of examples showing immaturity, but I have one in mind. I have so many shorts on this bitch. Oh my God. Oh, here we go. I found it. Here we go. Let's play her saying she's a grown-up.
stand in these private places without really means I'm not doing anything. But yeah, if I'm reporting at a trial, we might be standing in a similar place. And actually, I'm a grown-up and stand in these private places without.
This is how grown-up she is. Here we go. That's how grown up she is. Carry on.
Without confrontation or anything.
Okay.
Matthias sent Lindsay an individual cease and desist letter. That's true. It has nothing to do with said stalker at all. At all. Nothing to do. So I don't even know why this is in this. Why is this part of this? Matthias sent Lindsay and another individual, that's my ex-contractor, cease and desist letters, which, by the way, those were for two completely different reasons, and contacted the police to report.
What were the reasons? I would love to see the reasons for the cease and desist. What were they asked to cease and desist? Cease and desist. What were the different reasons? That's what I'm wondering. Were there different reasons? Steph's here. I don't think Lindsay's here. I haven't seen Lindsay yet. But what was the reasons? I thought it was all about her private stuff. I thought it was all about the same stuff. Hey, Kevin. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
that Lindsay and others were following or surveilling Matthias and her employee, when in fact it was Matthias and Yor that were following them. False. The stalker was not present for the encounters between Matthias, Lindsay, and
wasn't even there
in June of 2025. And at no time did stalker encourage or suggest that Lindsay, Lori, or any other person contact or approach Matthias. Stalker's social media posts and public comments since April 2025 have not been directed at Matthias and were not intended to communicate with Matthias directly or indirectly. Rather, the stalker was addressing her social media subscribers, followers about topics of public interest in the true crime community, including Matthias's statements. Wait. Oh, yeah, I'll put my glasses back on. Where did they go?
On prime crime.
Oh, I put them somewhere.
oh, they're in the bed.
Glasses.
They're in the bed from this morning.
So, okay. This is interesting. The stalker's social media posts and public comments since April 2025 have not been directed at Matthias and were not intended to communicate with Matthias directly or indirectly, even though that one that said burn your false kingdom down in like saying that this is an account to expose
Linz is here.
my ex-friend. Okay. Rather, the stalker was addressing her social media subscribers, followers about topics of public interest in the true crime community. Oh, really? Okay. Including Matthias's statements. Matthias has maintained her social media presence and continues to engage in public discussion by posting and streaming hundreds of videos since April 2025. Yes, exactly. It's my job. And I have to support a family. So yeah, you put your game face on and you do it whether you're coughing or not because of the stress and anxiety. Matthias has used stalkers' public statements as a pretext for quashing her speech and removing her from public events such as CrimeCon, which took place September 5th. Matthias has misrepresented the events at CrimeCon in an attempt to secure the requested injunction. Well, I'm glad, I just show what happened. So you don't have to take my word for it. And accuse a stalker of violating the temporary order. Stalking, by the way, stalking consists of two elements. The respondent must intentionally or knowingly engage in a course of conduct directed at the petitioner. And two, the respondent must know or act with recklessness regarding the course of conduct that would cause a reasonable person to fear for their person's own safety or suffer other emotional distress. Both elements must be present before a district court may issue a civil stalking injunction. Here, Matthias cannot prove either element to justify the requested injunction. Further, the Utah Court of Appeals recently reiterated that the First Amendment cabins the court's ability to issue a civil stalking injunction to only specific parameters. Content-based restrictions are presumptively unconstitutional and subject to strict scrutiny. The requested injunction seeks content-based restrictions on speech and cannot withstand strict scrutiny. The requested injunction is unconstitutional, according to my stalker's attorneys. A civil stalking injunction requires the petition to prove stalking as defined in Utah Code. That section provides that an actor commits stalking if the actor intentionally or knowingly engages in a course of conduct directed at a specific individual and knows or is reckless as to whether the course of conduct would cause a reasonable person to fear for the individual's own safety or the safety of a third individual or to suffer other emotional distress. A course of conduct requires two or more acts directed at or toward a specific individual. The burden is on the petitioner to show by the preponderance of the evidence that stalking of the petition by the respondent has occurred. Matthias's declarations recite only two instances where the stalker communicated specifically with her, and in both instances, Matthias initiated the conversation. What? First is at the Maricopa County Courthouse. Matthias approached and greeted stalker. Okay, hold up. You have it? Matthias, they say, initiated the conversation. First at the Maricopa County Courthouse, Matthias approached.
Okay, so this is where Christina and Lauren spoke at the Maricopa County Courthouse. Christina Mack says you can't hurt someone who didn't get their confidence from compliments. When I heard that, I was like, bing bong. That is why her words didn't hurt. This has impact, sure, but that's different. Very good way of putting things. Christina Mack has a lot of insight. I'm not just saying that. She really does.
Bing bong.
Bing bong.
Approached and greeted stalker, which is interesting. Actually, I was just walking towards the elevators and she was there. But I kind of want to see what she says.
I'd love
about it because she explained.
Oh, I look at her. Jeez, oh Pete's. I would love to have been a fly on the wall, or, maybe a little chip in the meta glasses that day, if you will, to hear that conversation. Oh my God. Christina said, yep, she called my name. Arms in the air, flailing, feet shuffling, wanting a hug. Welcome in, Samara. Thank you for becoming a member today. I appreciate the support.
She says, welcome to Cooperville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
Where can I find that, Christina? What was she wearing? It wasn't the bright yellow, was it? Look how mad she is at Christina. I know. She's like, "Argh." Literally. "Argh." She's scary. Oh, she sat up too. She was like, we're talking about Christina.
But I kind of want to see what she says about it because she explains the incident on TikTok. The stalker does. She does not say that I approached her. We'll keep going while we find that TikTok. But okay. Yeah, you'll find it. So Matthias allegedly approached and greeted the stalker. And so I initiated contact, I guess. And by the time of this text, this time, and then I again initiated contact, this time by text, to make accusations and demands. It's true, when I told her to stop defaming me, and if she thinks that I'm plagiarizing, to report me, because that's important to do. But the stalker allegedly reluctantly participated in the exchange, which is odd, because actually when I blocked her, she then continued in my email. So while I tried to stop it, MacArthur could have not known that the communications were unwanted because Matthias initiated them. I literally blocked her, and she wrote in her email to me, calling a hypocrite and a liar, that I clearly blocked her because I was a coward, not because I was initiating contact. Let's go on. Indeed, sorry about that. The stalker made no attempt to communicate specifically with Matthias directly, even though she sent me an email after I requested her not contact me again. Directly or indirectly, after the April text, when Matthias stated she did not wish to be contacted. She actually then went to my email to continue harassing me.
No, you texted her and then blocked her. She was not harassing you. Oh, you fucking liar. Okay, so she texted Christina and then blocked her, and that's why Christina sent an email, if I'm not mistaken.
Email after I requested her not contact me again.
She is Christina.
Directly or indirectly, after the April text, when Matthias stated she did not wish to be contacted. She actually then went to my email to continue harassing me. Okay, you have it. So she's saying that I reached that when she recorded me.
The fastest friendship crash you've ever seen, and I have the receipts, because contrary to what the Nevada Police Department.
Yeah, we'll skip that. Yeah, blah blah blah.
Oh, we'll skip that. Blah 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 blah. I never saw that before either.
We just don't about all of her lies. It started in the morning after I confronted her about all of her lies.
Oh, okay. Oh, it started in the morning after I confronted her. Okay, I'm glad we cleared that up. Let's keep going.
That doesn't mean that she approached you, dum-dum. When you're flailing your arms and wanting a hug, and then she asks you about what you said when you start talking, that doesn't mean she approached you. She likes to play on words, man. Look she thinks that proves their point.
Lies. It started in the morning after I confronted her about all of her lies.
Oh, okay. Oh, it started in the morning after I confronted her. Okay, I'm glad we cleared that up. Let's keep going. So statements and conducts by Janice and Lori. The Matthias declarations spent considerable time detailing statements and conduct by Lindsay, Janice, and Lori. They refute Matthias and Grayson's allegations in their declarations, but even if the allegations are true, they are not. What is noticeably absent is any proof that stalker engaged in or influenced any of these events. In some instances, she learned about them afterwards and discussed them publicly later. That is not enough to show a course of conduct. Yeah. Okay. So this is a continuing. You were showing you how Janice as publicly all of the red is identifying information blocked out. So if you recall, maybe we should
see. Look at this. Look at this. What the fuck, Grayson?
Go to the first one, dude. They're saying that Janice changed these. So again, the first screenshot is the original message. The second they did with a free photo. I wrote in our general admin account before, which I could reply, and Janice replied, which was perfect. The first screenshot is the original message. The second I did in a few minutes.
She doesn't even understand what she's showing here.
It's with a free Photoshop manipulation. Okay, let's see it now.
You've never watched
look
this.
At that.
Wow.
Huh. So what a beautiful day. I think I'll go for a longer bike ride. I'm kind of thinking about robbing a bank today. Thoughts? You totally should. Oh, look. You can manipulate.
Huh?
Janice and her friend are letting us know that you can do this for reasons of intimidation. I don't know why anyone would, but it's interesting. I don't know.
I don't get that.
All right. Okay, so let's keep going. In some instances, she learned about these things, the stalker afterwards and discussed them publicly. There's not enough to show a course of conduct. The stalking statute is clear that an act or statement does not meet the definition of course of conduct Online posts and public comments. The stalking statute is clear that the act or statement does not meet the definition of course of conduct unless it is directed at a specific individual. Matthias asked the court to parse the contents of the stalker's online post and infer that the stalker intended Matthias to see them. Such an exercise is impermissible under the stalking statute and problematic under First Amendment. And even if it were appropriate to extrapolate stalker's intent from the content of her post, the post that Matthias references show that it is not attempting to address specifically Matthias, her family, or Grayson directly or indirectly. The posts are clearly public commentary directed at the public generally. Matthias fails to prove course of conduct as the first requires element for the requested injunction. Number 2, Matthias cannot show that a reasonable person in her circumstances would experience fear or emotional distress. Oh, that's number 2. I cannot show that. Matthias must also show that the stalker knew or was reckless as to whether the course of conduct would cause a reasonable person to fear for the individual's own safety or to the safety of a third individual or to suffer other emotional distress. The second element of the stalking inquiry imposes an objective standard under which the subjective effect of the respondent's conduct on the petition is irrelevant. Courts must avoid succumbing to a purely subjective analysis, which is inconsistent with the objective standard's intent to protect against criminalizing conduct that only...
I understand that, Christina. I'd probably have to take it in doses as well.
An unreasonable, sensitive, or paranoid petitioner would find harassing. Courts applying individualized objective standard have considered such factors as the petitioner's background, the petitioner's knowledge of, and the relationship with the respondent and history of abuse between the parties, and the cumulative effect of the respondent's repetitive conduct. The foregoing factors enumerated in Baird and later in Ragsdale are not an exhaustive list, and courts may examine other relevant factors. Here, Matthias cannot show the stalker knew or acted recklessly.
Look at these comments. L.A. says, Lauren is bringing receipts. Muscle Gem Magnifying Glass 100.
Courts may examine other relevant factors. Here,
and then there's another one named L.A. with a different profile picture that says, shoot, I am scared for you. Why is there 2 L.A.s in chat?
Matthias cannot show the stalker knew or acted recklessly in such a way that a reasonable person in Matthias's circumstances would experience fear or emotional distress. Matthias is a public figure who continually exercises her right to speak publicly about her life. I do, yeah. Her friends and a variety of other topics. Knowing this stalker had no reason I do, yeah. Her friends and a variety continually exercises her right to speak publicly about her life. I do, yeah.
Oh my God, I can't stand this bitch.
Figure who continually exercises her right to speak publicly about her life. I do, yeah. Her friends and a variety of other topics. Knowing this stalker had no reason her life. I do, yeah. Her friends and a variety of other topics. Knowing this stalker had no reason to expect that Matthias would attempt to quash the stalker's speech, much less through 2 false police reports and this proceeding. Again, declaring false police reports. That's a lie. Further, the Baird factors all weigh strongly against the finding that a reasonable person under these circumstances would experience fear or emotional distress. As discussed above, Matthias's background as a public figure, an ex-reporter and social commentator certainly subjects her to public scrutiny. It simply is not reasonable that Matthias would expect to continually engage in public discussion, including negative statements about individuals, without encountering speech she disagrees with and does not like. Actually, I do not engage in public discussions with negative statements about individuals. That's bullying. I do discuss crime. I try to discuss it sensitively.
Wait, what? What's bullying?
Bullying. Engage in public discussions with negative statements about individuals. That's bullying.
Insert Nate Eaton troll here. I know Hella showed it. If you guys didn't see it, I'm sure most of you did, since you're here following this. She made a fake account on East Idaho News to troll Nate Eaton and his other guy. I can't remember. The other guy's name is Nate, too, and I can't remember his last name. But she's straight up admitting that that's bullying. You did that. That's bullying.
About individuals without encountering speech she disagrees with and does not like. Actually, I do not engage in public discussions with negative statements about individuals. That's bullying. I do discuss crime. I try to discuss it sensitively.
Crime?
Public discussion that's negative about bullies, I've not done so.
What?
And yes, I would encounter speech that disagrees with what I do if I do that. And when I don't do that, I still encounter speech that disagrees with me or that I do not like. I can handle that. That's the First Amendment. Similarly, the only
you can handle it? You can't handle head on a platter, dude. You took it literally. Oh my God, I can't stand her. I can't stand her.
Instances Matthias identifies where stalker communicated with her directly or indirectly related to negative statements and conduct directed toward the stalker and others. Matthias has no reasonable basis to expect that a friend or former friend would not discuss interpersonal issues with her, especially where, as here, Matthias initiated the communication every time. Not true. Matthias attempted to turn her falling out with a stalker into an injunction with real implications for the stalker's civil rights. That is not the purpose of the stalking statute. The cumulative effect of the stalker's alleged conduct also does not warrant the requested injunction. As discussed above, with no real coercive conduct to support her request, Matthias unleashes a torrent of unrelated allegations about others' conduct and the stalker's protected First Amendment activity. All of that does not count under the stalking statute, Baird, and other cases. The degree of culpability required prevents the court from counting events that the stalker learned about only later. For example, Matthias had no
Oh my God, it's pissing me off, her saying the stalker over and over.
faith basis to claim that the stalker intended or acted recklessly with respect to incidents in Boise when the stalker was in Europe and learned only after the fact.
Why aren't you commenting on that? On the fact that she was in Europe? She just ignores that part. Calls her the stalker and then says that she was in Europe in the same breath. Ugh, Christina, if you need to take a break, girl, do so. I know. It's fucking a lot to be gaslit like this. Sick.
Number of other factors, not specifically enumerated in Baird, also weighs strongly against the requested injunction. First, Matthias already submitted 2 police reports with the same sort of misrepresentations currently before court. In each instance, the police did not substantiate Matthias's claim. Well, I'll just point out this. Neither had to do with the stalker, but oddly both implicated her. Secondly, nearly all of the statements and conduct that Matthias's references occurred in public places or online. Matthias claimed that they interfered with her work, but the stalker and Lindsay and others also work in the true crime space and have been regular attendees of the trials. She does not work at trials.
Oh, shut the fuck up. This is where oh yeah, I made fun of her with this. I remember this part.
In regular attendees of the trials. She does not work at trials in the courtroom. She does not.
She works at trials in the courtroom as much as you do, bitch. She does not. She does not work in the courtroom. Neither do you.
Work at trials in the courtroom. She does not. She has drawn things.
She put it back up again.
And given them to me for free.
What the fuck?
Lindsay and Janice Laurie have just as much of right to be in public spaces and participate in public events as Matthias. This is not a situation where the stalker has accosted Matthias at home or any other non-public space. Third, Matthias's own conduct cuts strongly against any notion that she feared for her safety. Matthias and Grayson repeatedly approached, confronted, or attempted to confront Lindsay and Janice and others. No, I didn't. And not only does this contradict Matthias's testimony to subjectively fear these...
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Fuck you, Lauren.
Individuals or was distressed, but a reasonable person in her circumstances would not engage in the conduct that Matthias has engaged in. Finally, the Matthias declaration and Grayson's declaration on their face deal only with Matthias's alleged subjective feelings. The Baird court specifically warned against granting an injunction based solely on the subjective factors. Relatedly, Matthias makes no attempt to connect the dots between stalker's alleged statements and conduct and the extreme subjective reaction Matthias alleges. In sum, Matthias fails to show requisite mental state, causation, or objectively reasonable fear or emotional distress. These are treated as content-based if they cannot be justified without reference to the content of the regulated speech, or if they were adopted by the government because of disagreement with the message the speech conveys. In this case, each provision of the requested injunction is content-based and does not withstand strict scrutiny. Personal conduct. This section requires an order commanding stalker to not stalk Matthias, and then recites references the statutory definition of stalking. This provision is...
Notice how fast she's talking now when it's truth. Good point.
Problematic for 3 main reasons. First, as a practical matter, it is vague, unenforceable, and redundant of other provisions. Utah law already prohibits stalking, and there would be no way to enforce the order without resort to the courts. The parties are attending the hearing to determine if stalking has occurred. There is no reason to enter an order that requires the court to do the exact same thing anytime Matthias believes a stalker is stalking her. Actually, this is the first time I've ever done it, and I sent in receipts. This is especially true since it is not clear. This is the first time I've ever done it, and I sent in receipts.
What's with the country accent there? And I sent in receipts. It's shake and bake, and I helped. What the fuck is wrong with this woman? What is she talking about? This is the first time I've done it, and I sent in receipts? What receipts?
Believes a stalker is stalking her. Actually, this is the first time I've ever done it, and I sent in receipts.
What receipts? Christina says, no, she didn't. She had no receipts.
This is especially true since it is not clear what the personal conduct order sent in receipts. This is especially true since it is not clear what the personal conduct order adds apart from the other provisions. Second, the issuance of requested injunction. Oh, thank you for saying that. Injunction in any form would impose on stalker civil rights and violate the First Amendment because Matthias relies on the stalker's protected speech to establish stalking. Basically, Matthias is asking the court to agree with Matthias's public speech and disagree with the stalkers. Such a restriction would be content-based, and it is justified only with resort to stalker's message, with the court adopting Matthias's viewpoint, punishing stalker, and in essence removing an entire topic, Matthias's own statements and conduct, from public discussion. There is no compelling government interest in favoring one speaker over another, and so broad as to be meaningless restriction on stalking is far from being narrowly tailored enough to withstand strict scrutiny. Third,
country lord.
By the way, I'm sure people are dropping off because it's so late, but I'm just telling you, it's still going to get good, even if you're bored with this.
Ooh, was that rough going down? Third. The end of that drink has got to be pretty strong, I would think. Ugh, look at her tongue. Blech. This woman literally makes me sick. The more I watch her, the more disgusting to me she becomes. All right. Puff, puff, pass, Cooterville. Smoke them if you got them, Jack.
By the way, I'm sure people are dropping off because it's so late, but I'm just telling you, it's still going to get good, even if you're bored with this.
Ooh, that had a hard time going down. That was strong.
The personal conduct order in the requested injunction mirrors almost exactly the one the Utah Court of Appeals reviewed. In Ragsdale 2, court held that the provisions purporting the bar conduct that would annoy, harass, or cause distress to the petitioner were content-based and could not withstand strict scrutiny. The court reasoned that the additional prohibition against annoying or causing distress could potentially enjoin the respondent from talking about petitioner to others. The court was concerned that, for example, any appearance that respondent might make before the local governing authorities to complain about the presence of petitioner's business in the neighborhood could likely cause petitioner emotional distress or would, at the very least, annoy her. They're using that language, not me. A no contact. Matthias asked the court to bar stalker from communicating directly or indirectly with Matthias and others, but this section must also read in conjunction with the other assistance needed section where Matthias asked the court to order stalker to cease and desist any and all online activity and communications, direct or indirect, relating to and referencing Matthias. Again, this restriction is content-based because it purports to quash speech on an entire topic. In this way, the no contact order in the requested injunction is distinguishable from the no contact order upheld in Ragsdale 2 and Towner v. Ridgway. The upshot of both those cases is that a stalking injunction.
Christina, are you serious? She said, you guys, my attorney was the attorney in the Supreme Court case, Utah, that her attorney tried to manipulate. He tried to manipulate this guy's own case law? That is the best. Hey, Googie. What? Wow. What an idiot.
Injunction that prohibits communicating with or to a person may be permissible, where a prohibition on communicating about a person is not, or at least must withstand strict scrutiny. The Ragsdale 2 court summarized that Towner held that the civil stalking injunction did not violate the First Amendment because it enjoined the respondent from communicating directly to the petitioner, but did not enjoin him from speaking about the petitioner. The court further noted that in Ragsdale 2 and in Towner that no contact provisions prohibited any communication, either direct or indirect, from the respondent to the petitioner or other identified individuals, as with the provisions at issue in Towner. Nothing in the no contact order precluded respondent from expressing.
Wait, in Towner? She can't even speak. She, instead of encounter, she said in Towner. That's when your boyfriend comes to town. Is that what you call him, an in-towner? When good old Mr. Hobbs comes to town, he's an in-towner. Yes, he had no idea until like a week later that it was my attorney's case law that he was literally manipulating contrary to what it said. Wow. No. This is my attorney saying that her attorney was quoting the case law wrong. Thank you for explaining and giving that backstory.
Prohibited any communication, either direct or indirect, from the respondent to the petition or other identified individuals, as with the provisions at issue in Towner. Nothing in the no contact order precluded respondent from expressing his opinions, political or otherwise, about the presence of petitioner in his neighborhood to others not identified by the no contact order. The stay away order. Matthias asked for an order that stalker stay away from Matthias's home, work, school, and vehicle. But as with the no contact order, Matthias modifies the form language and requests an order that stalker must stay away from online forums and other social media accounts like TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Reddit, those specific accounts. This extra requirement is problematic on multiple levels. The restriction is content-based and cannot withstand strict scrutiny. On its face, the restriction appears to ban stalker from the internet. In one swath, Matthias hopes the court will eliminate stalker's ability to frequent all online public spaces. No. This ask alone unmasks Matthias's goal of eliminating stalker's ability to speak out on issues of public interest. The ban would be akin to allowing Matthias a popular pulpit in a public park while prohibiting others who disagree with her from the same public spaces. The First Amendment squarely forecloses this sort of preference. Second, to the extent that Matthias's request is meant to be interpreted more narrowly, it is unconstitutionally vague because it does not put stalker on notice of the extent of her ban. Holding that a restriction is unconstitutionally vague when it does not provide adequate notice of what the restriction covers. In sum, the imposition of the requested injunction in any form would violate stalker's First Amendment rights because Matthias relies upon protected free speech to try to establish the elements of stalking. As such, any restriction is content-based because the court can find a necessary element only by examining the contents of the speech and by preferring Matthias's speech over stalker's. Similarly, each proposed provision of the requested injunction fails to pass First Amendment muster. The requested injunction is unconstitutional.
Right. Just like Googie said. In other words, take Christina's First Amendment rights away while Lauren enjoys hers. Oh my God. That's so true. I've got a clip for that. I have got a clipster for that. Hold on. Hold on a second. I'm not muted. I'm just looking through my files here. Right here. I got it. All right. Take a listen to this. This is the judge.
Portion subject to the court's clarification on the other bit that you just made?
Yeah, now I think I was clear before that I expect her not to post anything necessarily that she's running a risk. If she posts something negative about her, that's something she can, I guess, theoretically do. But she needs to be careful in walking that line.
Is there any clarification you could give us on what might be qualified as negative?
Well, she's threatening her. Again, we have to go back to the purpose of a stalking injunction. If she's threatening her, if there's a harassment that would cause emotional harm, I mean, all of us run the risk that somebody's going to say something bad about us. Whether that turns into harassment is, I think that's a high bar.
Hey,
is there any
Let me be clear on this, Mr. Dale. This civil stalking injunction was in no way meant to silence what Ms. is doing. And I want to be very clear on that. And any permanent stalking injunction will not be for that purpose. That is not what a stalking injunction is for.
No, it's all dropped.
I guess I'm a portion subject to the court's clarification on the other bit that you just made.
Yeah, now I think I was clear before that I expect her not to post anything necessarily that she's running a risk. If she posts something negative about her,
Let's listen to that part again.
I guess theoretically. And any permanent stalking injunction will not be for that purpose. That is not what a stalking injunction is for.
We got a cooter chat. Why didn't it read it? Lauren, limp-wristed muffin head whose wine is made of grapes of graft. Thank you for your cooter chat. Sigma Shadow 6.
Conclusion: Matthias is allowed to not like what the stalker has said about her. I'm just going to say this. Yeah, they're right. I am allowed to just not like what the stalker said about me, but I want to point out that it is false. It is defamatory.
No, it's not.
And it's harassment. But Matthias fails.
Then file
short,
a fucking
of the statutory
defamation
elements
case.
required under the stalking
Idiot.
statute. And it is a stalker's right to free speech. The free speech forecloses the requested injunction. Stalker respectfully requests that the court deny the requested injunction. Stalker reserves the right to seek fees under Utah code within the time frame provided under Utah Rule of Civil Procedure, dated 19th of September.
What's poppin', Molly Colleen?
Snooze fest. Let's get to my response. So now I like that you pinned that so people know what I'm reading when they jump in. That's smart. So this one then is going to be the reply. Yep, hold on.
Because she can't prove defamation. Because it's true. Why don't I remember this part? Why don't I remember this? How could I forget these little moments? Oh, her brows are like touching her eyelids now, y'all.
By the way, my phone's blowing up. I'm actually finally learning more. Thank you to the people who are coming forward and letting me know that you too were contacted by particular.
Oh, her phone's blowing up. Who was blowing up your phone besides John? Probably telling you to get the fuck off here. Oh my God. Michelle, you don't remember it either? Christina, what is happening? Because the first time I watched it, I was traumatized. I probably was, dude. I watched it all in one. Wasn't it like all in one swoop? I think I watched it all in one fucking live. Oh, chug-a-lug. Chug-a-lug. Oh, I have a new soundbite, by the way. If you didn't catch Ashley Banfield, I don't remember what episode it was in. Maybe 2 episodes ago now. I think she's put out another one. But Ashley had Gigi on. Did you guys see Gigi on Ashley? It was amazing.
I called Gigi.
That's what Ashley said. Ashley called Gigi because Gigi was covering the case.
I called Gigi.
If you call Gigi.
You want me to call Gigi?
I called Gigi.
I fucking love Ashley. Love her. We're delving today, guys. Delving.
By the way, my phone's blowing up. I'm actually finally learning more. Thank you to the people who are coming forward and letting me know that you too were contacted by particular people in a smear campaign against me. We would mute
Gigi.
because I just learned I don't have my phone. Grayson has my phone. She's getting texts. People are coming forward saying, you know what? I got a text and I got a text. And this is what this person told me. Thank you. Keep it coming. Thank you. Because I don't know what the hell has been happening the last month. And no one has been talking to me. So now, thank you. Keep sharing. Thank you.
Chuck Anderson's granddaughter wants to know, Jay, how many exes does Lauren have between friends, contractors, employees, colleagues, husbands, members, and subscribers? I don't know. I couldn't even begin to guess.
This is going to be the reply to that.
Oh, Lord. Here we go.
My attorney. I actually have many attorneys now.
Oh.
I have 4 attorneys.
Oh.
Yeah. We're not taking this lightly.
Oh, she's so proud of it. You have 4 attorneys that are all criminals. It's a criminal law firm. A criminal law firm. I have 4 attorneys now. She's trying to intimidate Christina here. She is trying to intimidate. Oh, I have 4 of them, by the way, and they're all criminals and idiots.
The lawyers.
This is going to be the reply to that by my attorney. I actually have many attorneys now. I have 4 attorneys now. We're not taking this lightly. So this is in reply in support of request for civil stalking. Okay. Okay, ready?
We're ready.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is my response, written by one of my attorneys. Thank you to my attorney, Daston, in support of request for the civil stalking and petitioner. So in other words, free speech was a reason to not support the stalking injunction, and that I'm a public figure, even though public figures are often stalked. And I'm also going to point this out too, by the way, in this county where the stalking injunction is filed, Utah County, it is exactly where Charlie Kirk was.
Oh my!
When he was assassinated.
Forgot about this.
Many people wondered why I haven't talked about that case. First off, there's only 3 of us, and we can't hit every case. Very heartbreaking case. But secondly, that is in this area, and it's about a public figure who was stalked. And you know what? It scares me. That scares me. I am scared. And that was a very overwhelming case, and I have yet.
You're scared? None of this has to do with that, weirdo. But here, let's meet one of our lawyers. Let's meet Pace real quick. You ready?
Do you have a lawyer already?
I have a lawyer that is my brother. He sent cease and desist, and someone wrote back saying, "Okay, dear Lauren's brother." I mean, he's a good lawyer, so that's why I used him. But they, but yeah, he sent cease and desist and said these are true and private. And he cited case law and laws. Yeah.
He cited case law and laws wrong. He cited them wrong. Oh shit! Let's meet her lawyer again.
Do you have a lawyer already?
I have a lawyer that is my brother. He sent cease and desist, and someone wrote back saying, "Okay, dear Lauren's brother." I mean, he's a good lawyer, so that's why I used him. But they, but yeah, he sent cease and desist and said these are true and private. And he cited case law and laws. Yeah.
Do you have a lawyer already?
To cover that case. Same county. Respondents' opposition. Fundamentally, here we go. This is good. This is good. I thank you to my attorney for this. The respondent's opposition fundamentally mischaracterizes both the law and facts of this case by advancing 2 legally unsupported defenses. Number 1.
Yes, don't forget that was Steph who said, "Dear Lauren's brother."
Her social media presence somehow diminishes her protection from stalking. And number 2, that creating multiple social media accounts dedicated to attacking petitioner's character constitutes protected public discourse. Both arguments fail as a matter of law. The evidence before this court, including sworn declarations from multiple witnesses and documented exhibits, demonstrates a calculated campaign of harassment that has caused petitioner to experience suicidal ideation for the first time in her life. As petitioner testified, up until 2025, I have never questioned that before. This has felt like a complete nightmare that I cannot wake up from. That was from the 3rd Matthias Declaration. The dangerous precedent respondent seeks would eviscerate stalking protections from anyone with an online presence and would transform social media into a free fire zone for personal vendettas. The court should reject respondents' attempt to weaponize the First Amendment as a shield for targeted harassment. The respondent's public figure defense has no basis in Utah stalking laws. The stalking statute makes...
Did you say that, Steph? Steph says he was citing Utah and Nevada law. I live in Louisiana. I had to tell brother lawyer to leave me alone or I'll report him to the bar in Utah and Louisiana. We all know he doesn't need any more reports, Rico. She is reading the 3rd declaration right now, but is she cutting parts out, Christina?
No distinction based on public profile.
Thanks,
Respondent's central argument. The petitioner's social media presence somehow diminishes her protection from stalking. represents a fundamental misunderstanding of Utah law. Utah code is here, protects any person from stalking behavior. The statute contains no exception, limitation, or modification based on a person's public visibility,
CNN, do it,
social
lady.
media following, or participation in public discourse. Respondent incorrectly imports the public figure doctrine from defamation law, where it affects the burden of proof under New York Times v. Sullivan. This doctrine has no application to stalking law. The heightened standard for public figures in defamation cases does not extend to criminal harassment or stalking prosecutions. A victim's status as a public or private figure is irrelevant to stalking analysis. Public visibility does not waive protection from targeted harassment. Respondent argues that because petitioner uses these platforms,
I am at 6:40:36.
To speak out on a range of issues, she should expect and tolerate alleged stalking behavior. This argument conflates two distinct legal concepts: protected public discourse and criticism. That is First Amendment protected. But number two, targeted harassment and stalking, this is criminal and tortious conduct. Those are different. The First Amendment protects robust public debate and criticism. It does not protect courses of conduct intended to cause fear or emotional distress, targeted harassment campaigns, true threats, or stalking behaviors. See Virginia v. Black and Counterman v. Colorado. The First Amendment permits restrictions on speech that can threaten unlawful violence or consist of targeted harassment.
Let's talk about targeted harassment from Grayson and Lauren for a minute. Let's take a listen to this.
I talked to Gigi today, and Gigi, we know from what we know is that Gigi's telling people to talk to Stephanie, and Stephanie's involved. So the question now is, do the police call Gigi?
So you're with the detective or someone?
Yeah, I'm with an officer right now. He's at my house.
I'm a patrol officer. I don't know the ins and outs of all these laws, but the cease and desist order sounds like it was violated. I don't know what it says. But at the same time, it sounds like this Gigi person was contacted by the Stephanie, which is the cease and desist person, and it sounds like she was contacted after the cease and desist was sent out in April, and documents were sent to this Gigi. Although apparently this is third party information from another source that says that Gigi has this stuff.
I talked to Gigi today, and Gigi...
That was not the right freaking clip. My bad. I thought this was when she said that about Colette and Stephanie. Hold on, let's play this one and see what this one is.
You're concerned that the text messages that she has from the past while she was working for you may be used against you?
She is collecting actively, currently, screenshots of my private messages that I shared with her.
So they're not
after
your...
I told her to stop.
Not your private ones, because when I say your private ones, it's ones you shared with her. So text messages you sent to her,
years ago,
between you and her, she started saving.
And recently sent them to me after a cease and desist was sent to her.
Okay.
So a cease and desist was sent, stop it. June 4th, she's saving my voice memos, and she's still sending me screenshots. Like, she is actively, my point is...
But wait, I thought these texts were fabricated. Didn't she just get done telling us that Janice knows how to fabricate them all? Oh, so that puts that all down the drain, doesn't it?
What we factually know is she is actively still saving our private conversations that are legal, but she's still actively saving them.
Right, because she got a preservation letter. She was told to preserve all and any evidence.
Despite the cease and desist.
How about talk to your lawyer about this because of the cease and desist? Let him know what you... I mean, lawyers... I know he's your brother, but when it comes to stuff like this or anything business, lawyers need to know everything that's happening so they know how to protect you and how to move forward.
I don't know.
That's my take on it.
The respondents' social media accounts constitute targeted harassment, not public discourse.
Targeted harassment on someone who's never named. Targeted harassment on someone who's never named. No, this is someone delusional, thinking everything's about her. Like the Facebook post. Remember, first it was Colette because of the Facebook post. Now Christina's TikTok is targeted harassment, even though no one's named. Colette has more to lose because she has a career. Oh, Linz, that pisses me off. How can it be targeted when you don't name someone? Who's the target? She thinks everything's about her, literally. I've never seen someone who sees random shit and really thinks that it's all about them. No, Colette has not spoken. She's been in chat, though. She's been in my chat quite a few times. She may be listening now. I mean, is that what that is? Narcissism? I've just never seen someone who can read a random post and think it's about them, or take things that aren't named and think it's about them, even though it was about her, but it didn't name her. So she's not being targeted. She's being nonchalantly talked about.
Respondent social media accounts exist solely to attack petitioner. The most compelling evidence that respondent's conduct constitutes stalking rather than protected speech is the singular purpose of her social media accounts.
Oh my God.
Respondent has created.
Like, I could see that if her account was called, you know, calling out hidden true crime or hidden true crime frauds or hidden true crime uncovered, hidden true crime unmasked. Her fucking name is Objection, Your Honor, and she never names Lauren once. Ex-friend.
At least 2 separate social media accounts, TikTok and Instagram, dedicated exclusively to disparaging petitioner under the thin veil of discussing an ex-friend. This is not a case where respondent maintains general social media accounts that occasionally references petitioner while discussing various topics. These accounts were created for one purpose only: to conduct a sustained campaign attacking petitioner's moral character.
Oh, I must have missed that because I didn't see the whole Andrea expose, Lindsay. Lindsay Hendricks says, and she thought Andrea's comments on a live stream were about her too, per her own texts. Everything. I'm telling you, what do you call someone like that? The only thing that I can relate to is music. And the song, You're So Vain, comes to mind. I almost want to listen to the lyrics because I think it might fit her. I mean, I know the lyrics, but I don't know the lyrics like off the top of my head. I think we should listen to it. And listen to the lyrics. Want to? It'll be a nice little palate cleanser. Let's do it. I don't think I'll get copyright. I always play songs. You just have to edit it out. But anyways, you get the point.
When
I don't want to get copyright.
100% of the account's content targets a single individual,
yeah, we'll
it cannot
dance
be
it out to
characterized as public discourse. It is a harassment campaign. P.S. Since my attorney sent this in, she has since posted things that aren't about me, but nothing before the state. 100.
She's watching. She a fan, she a fan, she a fan. Yeah, we'll dance it out to that song today. Look at her. She's watching, Christina. Can we all get eyes in the chat for Lauren's eyes? Because you know she's watching right now.
100%.
These nuts.
Oh, nice, bossy.
It cannot be characterized as public discourse when an account targets a single individual. It is a harassment campaign. B, the ex-friend identifier proves personal targeting.
The ex-friend identifier, see? No name. You go to a court and you say, the ex-friend identifier
proves
personal targeting.
Targeting.
No, it doesn't. Oh my God. How many ex-friends can one have? The ex-friend identifier proves personal targeting.
Your mama's high, bitch. Get out of my chat.
Get the fuck out of here. Someone talks about their ex-friend and I'm going to claim it's about me. Probably think it's about you. Don't you? Don't you? What a weirdo, dude. The ex-friend identifier proves personal targeting. I thought she was a contractor that did things for free. What happened? That's right, Lara. She was a contractor. Now she's an ex-friend. Just like when she's Mormon when it fits.
Visual. It is a harassment campaign. B, the ex-friend identifier proves personal targeting. Respondent's chosen terminology reveals the true nature of her conduct by repeatedly referring to petitioner as an ex-friend. Respondent acknowledges that this is about a personal relationship, not matters of public concern. This is not commentary on public officials' policies, on issues affecting the community, on matters of legitimate public interest.
It doesn't have to be legitimate public interest. Who makes it legitimate? Who says if they're legitimate topics of public interest? You? Who holds that bar? Because I say it's of legitimate public interest because I've got, it looks like 650 people here. So I would say that's pretty legit public interest on a, what is it, Thursday afternoon at 2:29 p.m. Eastern. I would say that fits legitimate public interest. But who are you to say? It doesn't have to be about politics or public officials. It can be about anybody. Anybody. I could go click on a YouTube channel right now, someone I never watched before, and I can just roast the shit out of them. And guess what? No one can do a damn thing about it because we live in the US of A. People like you don't appreciate that shit.
On issues affecting the community, on matters of legitimate public interest, instead.
Well, you know what? I have an issue of public interest. When you're over there filming this fucking shooting at a funeral home and you're saying that the perp was arrested right in front of you. I have a problem with that. That should be an issue of public interest. Misinformation in news reporting when people are dying and dead. How about that?
Community on matters of legitimate public interest.
Fuck you.
Instead, this is precisely what it appears to be. A personal vendetta arising from a failed friendship conducted through social media platforms. The term ex-friend itself demonstrates that respondents' grievances are personal and not public. Number C, Utah's stalking
Number
statute
C.
explicitly
Number
covers
C.
communications about
It's letter C. Number C. Shut the fuck up. How about that? Number C. Shut the fuck up.
individual. It is unambiguous in its scope. Utah Code 76-5-106.5. Unambiguous at its scope. The statute defines, quote, course of conduct to include, quote, acts in which the actor communicates to or about an individual. Another, directly, indirectly, they left this one out, or through a third party. In other words, all the other people she has recruited to help her. Thank you, she says to them. Thank you. Thank you for doing this. And hey, will you be a witness at my stalking injunction, Lori Hollis?
What?
The statute defines course of conduct to include acts in which the actor communicates to or about an individual, directly, indirectly, or through a third party. They left that out conveniently. By any action, method, device, or means. And this is what else they left out, emphasis added. It communicates to or about an individual. You don't just have to communicate to me. You can communicate about me. They left that out too. They left that out, about. That's pretty important. The statute defines all the ways you can communicate to or about an individual. The statutory language is critical to this case. The legislator deliberately included communications about an individual, not just to them.
Yes,
This
that
means
is.
that-
Bossy isn't what she's doing with Trisha and Megan, getting others involved. Oh, yeah. Don't leave out Joe Schmo. Don't forget that motherfucker. We can't forget him. Joe Schmo is not off the hook. Trisha, Megan, Duty Ron, Ed, whatever, Ed Kemper. Well, I don't know. Whatever his last name is. I don't know. It's Ed something. Ed Slick Hair Possum. All of them.
That the respondent cannot escape liability by claiming that she never directly contacted petitioner.
Colluding with
creating
them.
social media accounts that communicate about petitioner to third parties through 50 plus posts and videos over several months falls squarely within the statute's plain
Oh,
language.
yeah, Ed
It also
Wallace.
shows that you're obsessed with me.
That's right.
Stop. The legislature's
call him double
inclusion of
duty.
or about recognizes the reality of modern harassment. Stalkers often attempt to harm their victims through indirect means, including social media campaigns designed to damage reputations, recruit others to their cause, or create public humiliation. Respondents' TikTok and Instagram accounts dedicated exclusively to posting content about her ex-friend constitute precisely the type of indirect harassment the statute prohibits. Furthermore, the statute's language, in quote, by any action, method, device, or means, explicitly contemplates modern technology. Social media platforms are a...
This is her third declaration. So this is her response to Christina.
device and means of communication. When somebody creates multiple accounts across different platforms for the sole purpose of posting content about one individual over several months, they have engaged in a course of conduct under plain statutory language. D, no legitimate public interest exists. The Supreme Court has long distinguished between speech on matters of public concern and purely private disputes. See Snyder v. Phelps, 562 U.S. Personal grievances between former friends do not constitute matters of public concern that warrant First Amendment protection when used as weapons for harassment. Respondent cannot transform a private vendetta into protected public discourse simply by posting it online. Unlike legitimate public interest speech, such as consumer warnings about dangerous products, exposing public corruption, discussing community safety issues, or political.
They're trying to put all these stipulations on free speech. You hear this? If it's not discussing community safety issues or political garbage, what is she talking about? Fly high, Arches. Well, they flew down. They landed. The Arches landed, if you haven't seen lately.
or policy commentary. Respondents' campaign serves no public interest. It is revenge masquerading as free speech.
Preach it, Lindsay.
Revenge. And I'm going to throw in coercive control and intimidation. Revenge masquerading as free speech. 3, applying the Ragsdale framework.
Masquerading as free speech. Stop it. So basically what she's saying is what she's doing in this video should be illegal. Exactly. Exactly. She better start talking about political people and Consumer Reports. Fuck off, Lauren. Have you ever perused around YouTube? That's what YouTube was started on. Reviews, reactions. And you give quite the reaction for people. Deal with it.
To social media harassment. A, Utah statute specifically includes communications about individuals before applying Ragsdale. It is crucial to understand the statutory framework. Utah Code 76-5, 106-5 defines course of conduct as including acts where the actor communicates to or about an individual directly, indirectly, or through a third party. This or about language, this or about
what?
Language.
This or about language? What are they even talking about? CNN, I don't think it's a bit extra at all. She said, I remember I reported her channel to YouTube saying hidden true crime hurts the public and victims with their channel. And of course, nothing happened. Oh my gosh. And Lara reported her for that too. Don't give up, guys. I mean, YouTube has a lot of users that are being reported on the daily. If you stop, they'll never see a trend. Okay? There has to be a trend for YouTube to pick it up. That is with everything on YouTube. If they just see it here and there, nothing is going to happen. You're right. It's the abundance. It's the ongoing that will flag them and make them think, oh, something is ongoing with this channel. We need to look into it. You know what I'm saying?
Is important here. Respondent cannot claim that the First Amendment protection or argue that she never contacted the petitioner when the statute explicitly prohibits communications about an individual. The legislature's choice to include or about demonstrates clear intent to capture indirect harassment campaigns, exactly what social media enables. When respondent created accounts posting 50 plus times about her ex-friend over several months, she communicated about the petitioner to third parties satisfying the statutory element. The interpretation aligns with the statute's purpose, preventing stalkers from circumventing the law through indirect means. Without the or about language, stalkers could freely conduct harassment campaigns through social media, claiming immunity because they never directly contacted their victims. The legislature foreclosed this loophole. The directed at standard in digital contexts. Ragsdale v. Fisher, App 36, provides the controlling framework. The court distinguished between speaking about someone, potentially protected, and directing conduct at someone to cause stress, stalking. Critically, the Ragsdale court found stalking even when the defendant claimed to be protesting only a business, not targeting the owner personally. Here, respondent's conduct is even more clearly directed at the petitioner, not just my business. The accounts exist solely to discuss the petitioner. All content references petitioner directly or through transparent ex-friends. It references that the posts are designed to reach petitioners' social circles. Absolutely, they are. Reach my social circles. That is the intent. The clear intent is to damage the petitioner's reputation and cause emotional distress. And that happened.
See,
and it's happened.
No, what happened was the truth happened to be hurtful for you. Look at every one of her teeth are the same size, even her molars. Look, her front teeth are larger than her molars. I'm sure Dental Lori will agree with me that the molars are always larger than the front teeth. Yeah, all my teeth, all my natural teeth, and my molars are not baby teeth. Did she? That's weird, right? That's her intent for me, projection. Exactly. Hey, squirrel. Right. If the truth damages your reputation, you have no one to blame but yourself.
See a course of conduct through multiple platforms. Creating multiple social media accounts to target one person satisfies the course of conduct requirement. Under Utah Code 76-5, 106-5, each account creation, each post, and each attempt to expand the audience for these attacks constitutes a separate act in the stalking pattern. The use of multiple platforms, TikTok and Instagram, demonstrates escalation and obsessive behavior, not legitimate commentary. I just learned today there's a Twitter account now. X, excuse me. So they're still going. Here,
she learned there's an X account. And that's Christina's fault now too? All this with no proof. What Twitter account is she talking about? She must have man teeth. You can report it for whatever it is. If it's harmful, if it's misinformation, whatever it is, if it's something exploitive, there's different things that YouTube will pull up. Just choose what fits best. Ishi, thank you for your super chat. It is important to call these people out. They take victims or even coworkers and put them through duress. It's not okay in a profession to act. It's not okay in a profession to act this way. She has harmed many and cries victim. You are not a victim. Thank you, Ishi, and you're 100% correct. So you just go, if you have a video you want to report. So like, let me show you here. If I wanted to report this 9-hour live, I would go here, see the 3 little dots, but this is on a PC. Your phone's going to be different. Always try to do things with YouTube like this on a PC. It gives you more options like timestamps and such. But it says here what's going on. And you have actual content, violent or repulsive, hateful or abusive, harassment or bullying, harmful or dangerous acts, suicide, self-harm, or eating disorders, misinformation, child abuse, promotes terrorism, spam or misleading, or a legal issue. So after let's say you click on misinformation, you hit next. And then on a PC, it'll ask you to tell more. So you add what you're reporting and why. Tell them. I know it's time consuming and annoying, but if you can, do it on a PC.
Numbers speak for themselves. 50 plus posts and videos about petition.
Tintin, thank you for your super chat, super sticker. Thank you.
Over a 6-month period across multiple platforms. This far exceeds the statutory minimum of 2 or more acts. Each of these 50 posts represents a deliberate choice to continue the harassment campaign. This is not a case of 1 or 2 ill-considered posts in a moment of anger. This is a sustained, deliberate campaign spanning half of a year. The sheer volume and duration demonstrates the obsessive nature of respondents' conduct and her intent to cause ongoing distress. D, the cumulative effect of social media campaigns. The Ragsdale court emphasized examining the cumulative effect of conduct.
He still
the
is.
Social media harassment campaign creates unique cumulative harm. 1, permanent digital footprint of attacks is there forever. 2, viral potential expanding the audience.
Permanent footprints of attacks. You hear that?
It's unique
attacks
harm. 1, permanent digital footprint of attacks is there forever. 2, viral potential expanding the audience, which she clearly wanted. Everybody come join the
viral. Why would it go viral if it's not of public interest? See, she's contradicting herself here. She says that whatever Christina's posting about is not of public interest, so she shouldn't be doing it. Hey, Idaho homeschoolers live. Good to see you. But think about it. But now she's saying it had the potential to go viral. So either it's important to the public or it's not. You can't have it both ways. If it's not important to the public, no one's going to fucking watch it. So she just contradicted and made her own point. Idiot.
Water's warm. Everybody, come engage. Help the algorithms. Viral potential.
Viral.
3.
It's viral, but it's of no importance to be talked about.
4/7 accessibility of harassing content. Our poor teenagers. I know just a fraction of what they feel. My world is bigger.
Oh, she's bringing up teens again. Just like she did in the Patreon the other day. Now she's bringing up teens. Poor teenagers. I know a fraction of what they feel. My world is bigger. I mean, there's so many things you could go through and click report in this live. To be honest with you, you could report the suicide stuff because that's fucking triggering for people. It's also not true, or she would have went to the hospital because her husband's a psychologist. Jessica May, welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and close your legs. Thank you for your support. Hey, Harley. Yeah, please smash that like button while you're sitting here listening. I appreciate it.
I'm okay.
Let's see if we can get those likes over 500. We've got 419 right now, it looks like. Wait, let me refresh. I am going to keep track now because I want over 500 today. 438. We can do it. We got 438.
Our teenagers dealing with this 24/7. This is unfathomable. Recruitment of others to participate in the harassment. Ongoing nature, creating fear of escalation. Number 4, respondent.
Holy shit, Lindsay. I didn't even think of that. You know, they covered that documentary. Lindsay Hendricks says, I wonder if any of this became an idea after that documentary of that mother catfishing and bullying her daughter and school friends. They actually, her and John did a review. We're going over that tomorrow. I know, CNN. I love you, girl. Even if you said something bad about me, I deserve it. I was so mean to you when you first came in. I actually found a t-shirt that kind of makes sense for me to wear when I yell at new people. I'm so sorry. It says, actually, I'm a joy or something. And it's got like a possum going, ah. I'm going to have to get it just to wear because, you know, I got to razz myself.
Misapplies the reasonable person standard. The standard does not change based on public profile. Respondents' opposition states, quote, it simply is not reasonable that Matthias would expect to continually engage in public discussion without encountering speech she disagrees with, end quote. This fundamentally misunderstands the reasonable person analysis under Utah Code 76-5.
I'm going to look and see what date they covered that documentary. I'm going to go find it.
5-106.5. The proper inquiry is whether a reasonable person in petitioner circumstances would experience fear or emotional distress from the specific content alleged, not whether public figures should generally expect criticism. The statute asks whether the respondent's course of conduct would cause a reasonable person. I'm a reasonable person.
I'm a reasonable person. Jerry, I'm so sorry. What did I yell at you about? See, this happens occasionally. People are like, oh my God, you yelled at me too. I need to get that shirt. I'm actually a joy or something. I'll get it. Jerry, let me know if you remember. Lindsay,
fear for
are
the
you
individual's
here?
own safety or to suffer other emotional distress. B, social media harassment creates
4
unique
months
reasonable
ago.
fear and emotional distress. A reasonable person would experience significant distress from 1, multiple accounts
Oh my
dedicated to
God.
attacking their character. 2, persistent.
Y'all, they came home from CrimeCon and did the review on Kendra Lakari. The dark psychology. It says Kendra Lakari unmasked the dark psychology of Netflix unknown number, the high school catfish. September 11th, 2025. Thank you, Busta, for your super chat. She said, thanks for all your coverage of this weirdo, Jay. Thank you for being here, Busta. Aw, thank you, Googie. I did email you a year ago, Jay, about another YouTube douchebag, but I don't think it went to your current folder. Really? I forget what case it was, but I kept trying to say something and chat was fast and I didn't think you saw me. Linz, we were laughing about how I yell at people. The documentary came out, let's see. Kendra Lakari, documentary, release date. And then after this came out, MSP posted a community about Thrive with a photo of Lauren, HTC. Oh, I think you guys are talking about something else. August. Yeah, right around that time. Maybe a week before. Your name's Claire. I love that name, Claire. Jay, you are a real one. You've stayed true as you've grown and haven't become a tater twat. Thanks. Even though Miss Stearns would say different.
Posting about personal matters. 3, public humiliation before their social and professional circles. 4, the permanence of online content.
Sigma.
5, the potential for escalation from online to physical harassment. Accepting the respondent's interpretation would mean 1, anyone with social media forfeits protections from stalking. 2, online harassment is categorically protected. 3, digital stalking receives greater protection than physical stalking.
Digital
Victims
stalking
now must choose between online presence and personal safety. 5, respondents' constitutional arguments fail. Anti-stalking laws are constitutional even when applied to speech. Respondents suggest that any restriction on speech about petitioner violates the First Amendment. This is incorrect. Courts nationwide have upheld stalking statutes and injunctions against First Amendment challenges. See State v. Pauling. Anti-stalking statutes are constitutional restrictions on speech and conduct. The Supreme Court
Deland, he's
in
still
Counterman
sharing
v.
that
Colorado
stuff?
recently reaffirmed that states may constitutionally prohibit true threats and stalking conduct, requiring only a showing of recklessness regarding the threatening nature of communications. Strict scrutiny analysis does not forbid the requested injunction. Even if strict scrutiny applies here, which it does not if this is targeted harassment, properly tailored stalking injunctions remain unconstitutional because, number 1, compelling government interest. Protecting citizens from fear, targeted harassment, and stalking is a compelling interest. Number 2, narrow tailoring. The requested injunction seeks only to prevent stalking conduct, not legitimate criticism or protected speech. It is narrowly tailored to serve the government's interest in protecting petitioner from targeted harassment online. It is ultimately up to the court to decide on the final language of the injunction. Should the court determine the proposed language...
Hey, Holly, thank you for buying 3 pizzas at the Buy Me a Coffee site. I appreciate that. Thank you, Holly.
Too vague or overbroad? The solution is not to discard it entirely, as the respondent argues. Rather, the court should simply tailor and narrow the language it finds too restrictive. Whether language the court deems appropriate, the respondent cannot be allowed to transform targeted harassment into protected speech simply by claiming First Amendment protection.
Shut up already.
Argument.
You don't have an argument.
Attorney Daston.
Thank you, my attorney Daston. Look at this over here. This is wild. This is really distracting me. I need you guys to see it. Sorry. My ADD. See, Dr. John and Lauren, they've been doing this the whole time. And they don't stop. Like, I'm not mousing on it or nothing. Look at Gray Hughes, too. They're both over there distracting the shit out of me.
Respondents sustain campaign. Thank you to my attorney Daston.
Thank you to my attorney Daston, who doesn't know what his name is, wants to change his kids' names without the mother's permission. Oh my God, I can hardly stand her, y'all. All right, check this shit out. I got something to show y'all. The first thing, I just sent some shit to myself, is this, okay?
You see
Watch
the little
this.
makeshift podium there. You've got the general public. You have, you see the little makeshift podium there. You've got the general public. You have You see the little makeshift podium.
Can you
there.
guys hear that?
You've got the general public. You have. You see the little makeshift podium there. You've got the general public. You have. You see the little makeshift podium there. You've got the general public.
That's a real reporter. That's Justin Lum. That's Justin Lum reporting from the Daybell trial, and he zooms in on her. This is his live.
You see the little makeshift podium there. You've got the general public.
Isn't that the best? Okay, and then I've got one more thing. This is the shirt I'm going to get because I yell at all the people, but I am a delight. So I will order this. I will wear it because that's me. And then I say I'm sorry because I'm a delight. So I'm going to get that. It actually came up for me. I think that was AI. Desire. I love that you are Lauren's 50 Cent. Oh, shit. Justin Lum.
You see the little makeshift podium there. You've got the general public. You have. You see the little makeshift podium there. You've got the general public.
You have it in a sweatshirt, Busy Bee? I love it. I love it. A delight and a joy. My alarms really went off when Kay did shows only on Justin Lum's. Yeah, you were like, wait, what happened? Thank you, Dr. Vonda. Oh, at least they stopped moving over here.
Respondents sustained campaign constitutes targeted harassment and not protected speech.
We already figured
The
out it's
scope
not
and
targeted
severity of
harassment.
respondents' campaign. The evidence establishes that respondent created a systematic harassment campaign across multiple platforms, producing 53 plus documented videos and 33 plus Instagram posts dedicated exclusively to targeting petitioner. This unprecedented volume of content, combined with witness testimony, establishes clear intent to harass rather than engage in protected speech. Timeline of escalation.
Oh, yeah, moments in SC Girl. Felicia has actually gone like back and forth and talked to Jondelyn, so maybe she can fill in some of the blanks.
By multiple witnesses. April 9th, 2025, the confrontation that started it all. Respondent confronted petitioner at the Maricopa County Courthouse, causing such distress that the petitioner suffered a panic attack witnessed by her employee Grayson. In quotes, that day we left court where we were reporting and Lauren had a...
Wait, Christina, are you joking? Christina said that the X account she's talking about has 1 follower. Are you fucking kidding me? That's like some jackrod on here. This one jackrod on here, he went live and he was like, this guy's calling me a chomo. This guy's calling me a pedophile. And he was going on and on and on. And he had 1,000 people in there going, how dare they do that? So I go over to this fella's channel. And his channel had like 300 subscribers on YouTube. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? What? 1 follower. She said, I kid you not. The X account I uploaded 3 videos to has 1 follower. And it's probably Lauren. Viral. Holy shit. Okay. Hold on. Where was I? I don't even remember.
Panic attack. Lauren and I are together all day, every day, and I had never seen something like that before.
Oh, the panic
That was
attack.
Grayson. Former CNN anchor, Susan Hendricks.
Oh, fuck. Not Susan. Oh, God.
Also witnessed the aftermath, testifying that Lauren was, quote, extremely emotional and in a state that I had never seen her before. April through June 2025, pattern of physical stalking. April 15th, Janice confronts petitioner at courthouse requiring bailiff intervention. Ongoing.
But Janice is not the stalker. Ongoing. Janice. April 15th. Hold on. This is getting funny now. Hold on. Where is it? I don't know if this is the right one, but we'll see. This is Janice threatening. Are you recording me?
Are you recording me? Please don't. Okay, I need to talk to you. Please do not talk to me. I feel threatened.
Well, I need to talk to you about the stuff you've said.
Please do
about
not talk to me. I feel threatened.
Okay, I feel threatened by the things you're saying about me.
So then let's stay away from each other. I think that you're a bully. Please stay away. I feel threatened.
Oh, really, Lauren?
Yes, I have actually read them all, Lindsay. I can look for the links in a minute. Wait, hold on. What's this one? This is another one with Janice. She's so jealous of Janice's.
So I'm a reporter and a podcast host, so it's semi-micro public figure.
Semi-micro public figure. This is the lies versus truth. This is a good one.
So I'm a reporter and a podcast host, so it's semi-micro public figure, whatever.
I am a limited public figure. I'm just a mom who has a YouTube channel, and yes, I've become a limited public figure.
I actually used to be a reporter here in Boise for a couple of years, a decade ago.
Oh.
And so I travel all over the country now for criminal trials, and there's been a group of people that follow me around. There's even they even made a TikTok account, just cyberbullying me, but whatever. I'm a 45-year-old mother. I can, it happens.
I can do with
handle
cyberbullying, yes.
And we ignore it. They show up at trials. We show up. It's not their career.
Right.
It's mine.
Sure.
So they're like trial tourists, So they approached me in an Arizona trial.
Thank you, Birdman.
Recently, a month ago.
Are you recording me? Please don't.
Okay, I need to
And
talk
please,
to you.
please do not talk to me. I feel threatened.
Well, I need to talk to you about the stuff you've said.
Please do
about
not talk to me. I feel threatened.
Okay, I feel threatened by the things you're saying about me.
So then let's stay away from each other. I think that you're a bully. Please stay away. I feel threatened.
Oh, really, Lauren?
Bailiffs had to kick them out. I got a recording. Please leave me alone. I feel threatened.
Right.
And the bailiffs actually ended up, saying, don't please approach her. And at this, the same thing is happening, and it's just sort of escalating. It's like embarrassing for me to call, but we're at the point, my 24-year-old producer is in tears right now because she feels like they're going to become physical. So we respect them. We stay away from them. There was a press conference, and so we're at dinner at Bitter Creek. We're at the balcony. They must have been inside. We didn't know. We're just eating. And they approached our table and started yelling. Ironically, we were recording because their other friend that the bailiff kicked out in Arizona, she was across the street filming me. So I said, look at that. She's filming me. That's so funny. So I set my phone, not knowing we were going to be approached, on my table at Bitter Creek, pointing out to the street because this woman actually flipped me off. I didn't get that on camera, but she flipped me off, and I was like, this is awkward. She's filming me. So I put it up, and then from inside, two of her friends that she was with came out and approached our table and started yelling at me, saying, stop, and we said, please leave me alone. I feel threatened. I haven't done nothing wrong. Please, just leave me alone. Please leave me alone. Our waiter. So I'm a...
All right, back to this shit.
Fronts petitioner at courthouse requiring bailiff intervention. Ongoing. Janice repeatedly filmed Grayson at work for no other reason than to harass me and intimidate me. June 19th, warning received that things would go public and people wanted Lauren's head on a platter. June through August 2025, social media campaign launches. 3 days after that Henderson police
Wait, when
report.
does she say that it launches? Hold on.
Media campaign launch. June through August 2025.
June through August, the campaign was launched?
Social media campaign launches.
Launches. Like a fucking rocket. Like a fucking rocket.
3 days after that Henderson police report. 3 days after that local police report, where I'm concerned, where I'm told they want my head in a platter and expect something public, releasing 3 days after.
Yeah.
That social media campaign launches. Tell me that wasn't what the creator was referring to.
Oh, this police report. Let's go back to that police report real quick.
Where do we start? Yeah, so she's a public figure online.
Okay.
And we have people threatening to extort her. This started in April. They started with public threats. We have pretty good solid proof that former employers had hacked her iCloud account.
Okay.
And then posted stuff online that they were gonna go public with her messages. And then
Private messages.
Yeah, and then things settled down. And then the last couple weeks things have been ramping up again. We've got somebody sent us an email today that was sent out.
This has gone as
Hey,
far
Everett,
as
good to see you.
in law and crime. So I'm a true crime reporter.
Okay.
And like Law and Crime and even News Nation are
Okay.
reaching out about my private messages. So this is like national.
Where do we start? Yeah, so she's a public figure online.
Okay.
So this is like national. Okay, so she just contradicted herself again over here where she said, this is not of any public interest. This has to be about a political person or something that is of mass public interest. She just said it's nationwide. She gave Christina a defamation case against her and put it on a silver platter. She took her head off the silver platter and said, here, Christina, here's a defamation case on a silver platter. Now, Lauren, do you really think that there's a defamation case sitting somewhere on a silver platter? No, but you did. You literally did. You contradict yourself in every way.
That creator did follow that TikTok when it went live. Shortly after the June 19th warning, respondent launched her targeted social media account. The content demonstrates
Three more to
malicious intent
500.
through specific examples.
Nice.
The
Thank you.
brothers' sperm post, July 7th, 2025. The respondent published a video.
The brothers. If this was your brother and you legitimately believed what you were going to do with his sperm was, not out of the ordinary, why would you defame your brother by calling it the brothers' sperm post? The brothers' sperm post, July 7th, 2025.
The brothers' sperm post, July 7th, 2025. The respondent published a video with...
Why don't we just call it the McSpunky post? Can we call it that? You know what? Oh my God, I got to tell you guys a story really quick. I was watching Web Sleuths last night and I was watching the live chat and Mike King was on there talking about cults and like the horrible things that happen to children. I don't know why it's always about kids, but it was really deplorable. He was talking about kids being stripped and abused and in these cults. And guess what McSpunky came in the chat and said? He said, I'm number 69 in the likes.
Brother out here.
Who just dropped? Delightful Pam. Thank you for dropping 10 on us, Jack. Welcome in all the new Cooters. Spreading the love around Cooterville for Valentine's Day. I love it. Thank you so much, Kristen.
Brothers' sperm post, July 7th, 2025. The respondent published a video with caption, without his consent, falsely insinuating sexual assault of petitioner's dying brother who had just passed away in March of 2025. This video garnered over 33,000 views. The psychological cruelty of this post cannot be overstated, attacking a grieving sister with false sexual assault allegations about her deceased brother. Voice recording post
Everett,
July 12,
welcome.
2025. Respondent posted recordings of petitioner's voice comparing her to murderer Jodi Arias, garnering 33,000 plus views. Professional Attacks, August 6th, 2025, posted about petitioner's husband's credentials, admitting that she called UNLV to investigate, calling us liars.
I don't think she called you liars, like just because she checked his credentials. That's not calling you a liar. That's double checking the information. I didn't accuse her of SA, so is she projecting? Ugh.
The psychological impact, evidence of severe harm.
There's a psychological impact on her calling UNLV. You know why? Probably because it was lies. Probably because Christina Mack was on something. Putting 10 on them, Jack. Spermgate, Jack.
Court should consider the devastating psychological impact documented by multiple witnesses and a licensed forensic psychologist. Dr. John Matthias, clinical and forensic psychologist, who has evaluated over 500 criminals for recidivism risk, provides expert testimony about the impact. Quote, "The day I will never forget, July 7th, 2025, at approximately 5 o'clock in the morning, I woke up and Lauren is rocking in our bed in visible distress. She was holding her legs tightly against her chest in the fetal position as she rocked back and forth on the bed. She was experiencing a severe panic attack. And she told me that she did not want to live. That moment was devastating for me as her husband and deeply alarming as a clinician who understands the seriousness of such statements. Never once in the 10 years that I have known Lauren has she ever expressed or considered such thoughts." John Matthias.
I haven't watched it yet,
Dr.
Lindsay.
Matthias further documents the petitioner has suffered from heightened anxiety and depression, repeated panic attacks, trauma symptoms, including hypervigilance, social withdrawal.
Oh my God, shut up. What about what you did to Christina? Diagnosing her as a sociopath.
Insomnia and weight loss, and suicidal ideation. The impact on my child, a secondary victim. The couple's 8-year-old son has developed an unusual sense of responsibility to protect his mom.
Oh my God. Here we are with the kid now. This is the grossest part. Besides, the reading nook. The impact on my child, a secondary victim. What a bunch of horse shit. You're not even the initial victim, yet you're naming secondary ones.
The couple's 8-year-old son has developed an unusual sense of responsibility to protect his mother, telling her that she must promise to run to save her life if he ever tells her to, and to not take the time to ask questions.
Mom, don't ask questions, just run. Is Chad Daybell coming for Thanksgiving? No, don't tap out. Don't tap out. Because is Chad Daybell coming for Thanksgiving? We've learned a lot since then. This is bullshit. This is 7 hours, 5 minutes.
The child exhibits constant fear that harm will come to mother, social withdrawal from friends, sleep disturbances, and significantly reduced appetite.
Sick fucker.
Impact on employee. Grayson.
Yeah, and then we have them going, our son asked who Chad Daybell was and if he was coming for dinner. I think that's a little more harmful to the child than anything on TikTok that he shouldn't even know about would be.
Testified, quote, "I have lived every day in complete fear, persistent anxiety, suffocating dread, and the crushing weight of uncertainty."
Crushing weight. Shut up.
She required psychiatric treatment for anxiety, prescription medication to sleep.
It does sound like John's childhood.
Constant checking of doors. And
this is about Grayson now. Constant checking of doors.
Cameras. Evidence of recruiting others and expanding the campaign. Respondents' own videos demonstrate systematic efforts to recruit others and to expand her harassment campaign. July 19th, 2025 post. Quote, "Look, this is what my stalker says. Look, I have 50 people following me, but I get way more views than that. So I know a lot of you are lurkers. And I know it's either because she, 1, hurt you 2, or 2, she hurt someone you care about. Or 3, she told you about this account. Come join. The water's nice and peaceful in here. End quote. July 8th, 2025.
We got a bing bong from Christina. She said Grayson was flexing the amount of pills she takes while we were in Delphi. I know this comment will be screenshot by them. I can say things like this because they are true. So Gray's little prescriptions were nothing of the new sort, which if it went to a court, discovery would probably prove that. Lying liars who lie.
3, she told you about this account. Come join. The water's nice and peaceful in here. End quote.
Oh, yeah. Nice and
July
peaceful.
8th, 2025. Featured accomplice Sarah with the caption, quote, I'm curious if you know who I'm talking about. And if you yourself have stories to share, don't name names in caption. Just let me know if you know. August 19th, 2025. Quote, don't forget to like and comment or engage. If you are seeing this, let's make sure this behavior is put out there in case others need the info. End quote. The July 23rd, 2025 Boise incident, coordinated physical stalking. The evidence in Boise, Idaho demonstrate how respondents' online campaign translated into real-world stalking involving multiple accomplices. The courthouse confrontations.
Multiple accomplices. This is not criminal.
Lori screamed at petitioner for attempting to sit down. Janice continuously filmed petitioner and Grayson throughout the day. Multiple accomplices present. Lindsay, Janice, Lori, Sarah. The restaurant incident requiring police intervention. The escalation at dinner was witnessed by multiple parties and resulted in official police involvement. Janice filmed from outside the restaurant property.
Oh, Janice.
Which probably implies that they planned this. Lori and Sarah approached petitioner's dinner table to confront her. Lindsay is seen exiting, so they could have done that. Lindsay exited. They came to the table.
Right, because you had sent a cease and desist to Lindsay. Lindsay didn't want to be anywhere near your crazy ass. Of course she exited. And the others came over to tell you to knock your shit off. Oh, Tori, I don't know. I mean, I think that if she's suicidal, I think all the kid aside, if she's rocking back and forth saying she wants to off herself, I feel like her husband had a duty to take her to the hospital. We do. We like our Trisha oblivious. Grayson went to Lori before she ever met Lauren.
After leaving, they went to a restaurant across the street where they sat and waited. The petitioner and Grayson were so fearful, they called police for an escort to their car.
Which is a lie.
Officer Jacobs
No, they didn't. They didn't call for an escort. They did not. She's a lying liar who lies.
Contacted an on-call prosecutor and took a stalking report. Susan Hendricks, who met them for breakfast the next morning, testified.
Oh,
quote, it was clear.
Susan Hendricks testified under oath. She did? Is that a testimony or is that a statement? I don't think she testified. But okay. This next morning, Susan Hendricks testified. Did she testify under oath? Susan Hendricks? Oh, Grayson went to the dental office before Lauren, but twisted that in the live. Yeah, I don't either, Badger. I think it's all a figment of their imaginations.
Susan Hendricks, who met them for breakfast the next morning, testified, quote, it was clear to me that the two of them were in an absolute panic state and what I would describe as fight or flight, end quote.
It's a declaration not even signed by Susan. She's saying she testified, like in front of a fucking judge.
Respondents' continued violations after being served. The most troubling is respondents' behavior after being served with a civil stalking injunction. On September 4th, 2025, that same evening, within hours of being served a stalking injunction, the respondent posts videos with threatening content. Whoops, you messed up, ran around, and you got caught.
Whoops,
Whoops,
you messed up.
Now you're going to cry about what you lost. And a comment from her accomplice trying to tell the real story. Respondent's response, quote, as you wish. September 5th, 2025, CrimeCon violations. Despite knowing about the injunction that we all saw on that body cam footage, she knew well about it. Respondent told Crime Security that she knew about the injunction, but intended to attend anyway. Officers found her at the expo.
She was already there, asshole. Shut up. Shut up.
She acknowledged to officers that her husband had sent her the order. And then after removal, she posted more threatening videos, including Eminem's Worms lyrics about violence. That evening, she stood feet away from petitioner in a hotel bar with camera. Dr. John Matthias provided a professional assessment. Quote, in
oh my God.
My expert opinion.
Oh my God. Dr. John. Here's the socks. Here she is, all threatening in her socks. Christina, the sock bandit. Here she is. And Dr. John says, what? In my expert opinion, what?
Individual repeatedly violates a stalking injunction. It demonstrates that not only a lack of respect for the authority of the court and the rule of law, but also clear antisocial traits that significantly increase the risk of harmful behavior in the future.
Wow, Dr. John. Holy fuck. I would want to sue his pants off. Not literally, figuratively. We've already seen him without his fucking pants. But this right here, in my expert opinion, hey, Goosey.
Stood feet away from petitioner in a hotel bar with camera. Dr. John Matthias provided.
What about Joe Schmo standing feet from the defendant with a camera? What about that? Joe Schmo, you ain't off my radar. Weirdo.
He's like this little pussy.
A professional assessment. Quote, in my expert opinion, when an individual repeatedly violates a stalking injunction, it demonstrates that not only a lack of respect for the authority of the court and the rule of law, but also clear antisocial traits that significantly increase the risk of harmful behavior in the future. End quote. Third-party corroboration of impact. Multiple independent witnesses corroborate the severity of this stalking campaign. Patricia Griffith, the manager of websleuths.com. Lauren is not a dramatic person. She does not exaggerate. She is professional, composed, and a truly wonderful friend. To hear the stress and fear in her voice has been devastating. Lauren lives in constant uncertainty.
Shut up,
never
Trisha.
knowing what horrific thing the stalker will post next on TikTok. From the Griffith affidavit. A friend of mine that I'll leave nameless for a 20-plus year political consultant states this. I have personally witnessed the severe emotional toll that ongoing harassment, bullying, and stalking has had on Lauren. She has been deeply stressed, depressed, and worried about her safety, her family's safety, her reputation, and her business that she is working.
Okay, hold on. We're taking a little sidebar here to Christina's TikTok from yesterday. Let's take a look. You guys remember we covered this Ashley Banfield episode. Remember we watched it when Ashley was filming this? And we thought Christina was sitting over here on a stool. She was actually on the other side. This is the cool. I know this is the coolest video. I don't know how you did that, but that was sweet. Here, watch it from the beginning again. This is Ashley. Isn't that awesome? Yeah, it shows exactly where she is. All right, you guys want to see it again? Can we slow it down on TikTok? I don't know how TikTok works. Can you? It says, on September 5th, I was in the hotel bar in Aurora with friends. One of my friends and her boss were recording a podcast that night with impromptu interviews. Since I couldn't attend the event itself, I thought it would be a good moment to grab a little content for them. Before I went over, another friend walked around the bar a few times to make sure the area was clear. She didn't see the person I was advised to avoid. So I headed over. Yes, without shoes, as I had taken them off because, well, blisters. I never saw this person at any point, even after I was made aware she had entered the space. So there's some more context for you. Oops, hold on. That's where she be. She is so talented. This is amazing. I love this. And I remember watching this podcast episode of the Petitos and everything. And then if we go over here, here we are. Here we are. Right, Linz. Thank you, Joe Schmo, for documenting you guys stalking us. What time was Joe's pick of Christina stalking? Looks to me like she was taking pics of AB, not stalking Lauren. Right. That's her taking pictures of Ashley. This is this right here. Christina, this fits so well right here. This is so perfect. Christina, always thinking ahead. That is amazing. She's taking pictures.
Wow. Worked so hard to build, end quote. Susan Hendricks, former CNN anchor, quote, both Lauren and myself are trained and seasoned journalists. When being trained as a journalist, you are trained to be non-emotional, to have thick skin, and to push through things. It is extremely clear to me from conversations I have had with Lauren that she has tried to remain that way, but at this point, she no longer can, end quote. Communications about an individual under Utah law. Under Utah Code 76510651 explicitly covers communications to or about an individual. The evidence overwhelmingly demonstrates communications about petitioner. Direct admissions by respondent, July 24th, quote, let me tell you, if she would have met the ex-friend of mine who I made this account to expose, she admits to making this account to expose me.
Okay. You can expose things that are true, Lauren. It's not exposing if it's not true. So you're kind of, giving her credit. Blue Jay, thank you for your super chat. Jay, Susan Hendricks is more like Lauren than I knew. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Dreamfield Media did a great video on what she did to Turtle Boy. She got all the text messages from Turtle Boy's blog. Oh, nice. I'll have to check that out. I don't know much about that situation. I know that she contacted him about going to CrimeCon, but I don't know. I don't know if Ashley's seen this, but Ashley did say this in her podcast the other day.
I called Gigi.
So I don't know how much Ashley knows. But yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know that. I'll check that video out for show. 10:17 is the time of the picture Joe took. But didn't he say he took multiple at multiple different angles? He sure did. He sure did. Joyous Carrot says, this is so effing frustrating to watch. It's truly unbelievable. Hey, Nash. Good to see you, girl.
August 8th. Can we talk about her own words and actions, though? August 29th. Yeah, sure. I'm talking about this toxic person I met and knew for a year. Search engine optimization to target petitioner.
Utah.
Some of the respondents' videos posted to TikTok are also tagged with my name, my husband's name, and my business name. This.
Christina says, I had a conversation with someone recently and they asked if I ever feel like I'm being followed. I don't know. Do you guys think I could still be being followed? I think anything's possible with these motherfuckers. That's what I think. I think prepare for everything and pray nothing happens. You know what I mean? As best you can. And in the meantime, keep
Ski Utah.
I don't know if you were here the other day when I showed this. I thought this was awesome. This is Christina ski in Utah the other day. All right, let's go back.
This means that when someone searches up my name, the respondents' videos pop up. Respondents' own statements confirm this is purely personal vendetta. A 1-year friendship.
I'll do a poll.
August 29th post, quote, I'm talking about this toxic person I met and knew for a year, end quote. The attempting to burn her kingdom. On a July 31st post with audio about, quote, inconvenient truths that would burn your false kingdom to the fucking ground, end quote. The August 23rd comment from Lori, again, Grayson's dentist wife, quote, burn that false kingdom down, 4 exclamation points. Professional interference. Respondent has contacted UNLV regarding husband's petition. National news producers warning.
Okay, so the poll is up. You guys can vote anonymously. It does not show your name, so even the lurkers out there who aren't chatting can vote in this. Do you think it's possible that Christina could be being followed? Do you ever feel that way, Christina? Because I feel like you wouldn't ask if you didn't feel a certain type of way. I mean, after getting those letters, I would, yeah, most of us did not even know Christina existed until your 9-hour lie. Right. I agree, Keys. Lauren is literally having panic attacks because she knows the hammer is coming down. I think it's possible, but I don't think they are. It worries me that she has the criminal enterprise of the law firm, you know, in the same state. That's what bothers me. Now, if the criminal law firm was not in Utah, I would say no. But those men, I don't trust those men. Look at they're hiring motherfucking inmates or convicts who are posing as 80-year-old attorneys. They're too close for comfort. And Lauren has been in Utah as well, right? She was right there for that shooting. I don't like it. I don't like those men. I think those men are dangerous. I think they hang with other dangerous individuals, people who are, you know, getting out of prison. I don't like it. I don't like the connections. I don't think Lauren would personally be doing that, but those, just like Christina said in that phone call with the cop, do a background check on her. She didn't want to put it all out there right then. Pace sitting in his car. I've got my eye on her now. I don't know, man. I would not put anything past them. I would not put anything past them. Yeah, Christina says, the people watching my house while I was in Europe, dude, they have some stories, and my dog was losing his shit a lot, which is not normal. Her attorney, she has 4 of them, but her main one, Dastin Doe, and her brother is Pace Johnson. The Doe dude is under suspicion of DV, all kinds of shit. RICO, frauds. That's what I'm saying. Keep it moving. I don't trust her or her associates at all. Yeah, I agree. And I think Christina probably has a lot. Dastin Doe. No, D apostrophe O. Right? D. Isn't it D? Dio? Is it Dastin Dio? Oh, that was his original name. I mean, we're talking to the girl that wore metas to CrimesCon. I'm sure she's probably 10 steps ahead of us. She's just playing right now. She's just playing. Fortunately, my car has that installed. I should look through that footage every once in a while. You absolutely should. Oh, that's a good one. Don't put your trash out until trash day. D apostrophe O. Doe. Dio. That's a really good thing. Yeah, he also tried to change his kids' names without the wife's permission. Mm-hmm. The accusations of RICO include her brother's wives and her brothers. And that's probably why she's having panic attacks. I mean, if my family was involved in this shit, the last thing I'd be doing is drawing attention to them. She has cameras by there too. Trail cams too. People look for cameras in obvious places. Her and her crew should not be trusted. I agree. They're shady ass people. And God knows what else they've done or are involved in. We have no idea, you know? Yep, it is Pines, a family affair. No, his original name is Dallin Durbano. He renamed himself Dastin and changed his last name to Doe. I've seen that in some legal filings, like the apostrophe, but he legally changed his name to that. The poll is all the way at the top of the chat. Doe forged his wife's signature and notarized it himself using his old name. You know what susses me out the most is that Patrick Sullivan guy. That guy who was posing as a lawyer trying to get guys out on parole. Yes, Lynn Allen, absolutely. I mean, after getting those letters, too, to her mother, and that is like a veiled threat, like telling Christina, not only do I know where you live because I sent your husband a letter, but I also know where your parents live. Ooh, Galen says, at this point, they will do anything to protect their financials and her brother's possible criminal empire. You don't get charged by the federal government on just the smallest things. Right? Right. We know when the feds get involved that it's something big. Just please be safe, Christina. The more we talk about this, the more it scares me for you.
Against working with me, John DeLynn of Mormon Stories, colleagues, multiple colleagues in petitioner's industry, and crime victims that petitioner works with. The statutory minimum is easily met.
Oh my God,
Under
Lindsay.
Utah law requires only 2 acts for stalking. The evidence shows 53 plus TikTok videos targeting petitioner. 33.
Yeah, Steph, I agree with that. Steph says, I worry more about Grayson. She isn't right. She seems like she's willing to do anything for Lauren. Right. A Grayson mixed in with that criminal enterprise is not a good mix. Because you're right. Grayson would do anything. And all she needs is the ideas. Oh, there's no criminal charges yet? It's a RICO civil lawsuit. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you for correcting that, Lindsay. What was I saying? I don't even remember.
Plus Instagram posts targeting petitioner. Multiple physical confrontations at courthouses and restaurants. Continued violations after being served with injunctions. Recruiting others to participate in harassment. Each post, each confrontation, each violation represents a separate act, far exceeding the statutory minimum. Conclusion.
Oh.
Respondents' opposition rests on 2 fundamental...
Oh, about Grayson being the... Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. But if you put Grayson and have them give her ideas and the fact that she would do anything for Walwyn, that's a scary combination right there. I mean, I don't think she needs to sit there and worry, but I think being aware is definitely a good thing. You know what I mean? Max has been bringing the heat too in the RICO. I need to get caught up on that. There's so much.
Mental legal
I need a Grayson to help me keep track of all this stuff.
Number 1, the belief that public visibility diminishes one's right to be free from stalking. And number 2, the claim that social media accounts dedicated to attacking an ex-friend constitute protected public discourse. Both positions find no support in Utah law and would create dangerous precedents. The statutory language is clear.
Oh.
Utah Code 76.5 explicitly prohibits communication.
God, I forgot about that, Steph. She was the one that said it's Stephanie and Colette and Christina's fault and that she wants to go real life on us. What the fuck does that mean? Right. Do I still have that text? Ooh, excuse me. Oh, I deleted it. Ski Utah.
You see a little makeshift podium there. You've got the general public.
I got rid of it, but yeah, I had that text up the other day.
Communications to or...
What does that mean? She's like, fuck Christina. I want to go real life on her fucking ass. Like, what does that mean? Real life. What's real life to you, Grayson? Who's that little creeper in the window?
About an individual. The legislature did not limit the statute to direct contact. It deliberately included or about to capture indirect harassment campaigns. Respondents' creation of multiple social media accounts posting 50 plus times about petitioner over 6 months falls squarely within the statutory prohibition. Each of those 50 plus posts represents a deliberate choice to continue communicating about petitioner to third parties, far exceeding the statutory minimum of 2 acts required for a course of conduct.
I called Gigi.
Utah civil stalking statute protects all persons equally, regardless of their public profile or social media presence. The statute's inclusion of communications about individuals demonstrates the legislature's clear intent to prevent exactly what the...
Christina Mack. She said, I have so much to say on Grayson. Ooh, I can't wait till one day you talk, girl.
Respondent has done here. Conduct an indirect harassment campaign through social media. To hold otherwise would eviscerate stalking protections in the modern digital age and create an untenable legal precedent whereby anyone with an online presence forfeits basic personal safety protections. The evidence clearly establishes that respondent has engaged in sustained campaign of harassment through multiple social media platforms. This is not protected public discourse. It is not. It is targeted harassment using ex-friend as a thin veil for a personal vendetta.
Using an ex-friend as a thin veil for a personal vendetta. None of this would ever stand up in court. Lippy. So I'm going to call you from now on Lippy.
Harassment using ex-friend as a thin veil for a personal vendetta.
Vendetta.
And the First Amendment protects robust public debate. It does not protect weaponizing social media platforms to conduct harassment campaigns about individuals through dozens of posts over months.
Individuals. Individuals. She never named anybody. Shut the fuck up. The ex-friend could be a figment of her imagination, you dumb bitch. I can't believe she went on and on and on. Stalker, stalker, stalker. Ex-friend is what Christina used, and she's calling this a targeted harassment campaign. And she's so fucking dramatic. Over months. Months.
The evidence before this court paints a disturbing picture of calculated, sustained harassment.
Evidence? What evidence? The evidence.
Exhibit E. EXHIBITY.
The evidence before this court. What?
The evidence before this court paints.
What evidence before the court?
A disturbing picture of calculated, sustained harassment that has driven a professional journalist and mother to contemplate.
Wait, a professional journalist? I thought you were just a mom with a YouTube channel. Huh?
She's a wackadoodle. A wackadoodle.
Oh my God, I can't stand her.
Sit down.
Because the professional journalist and mother to contemplate. I think she's going to say the S word, and I'm going to give you the timestamp so you can report it. Nobody wants to hear about suicide in this 9-hour live because she's not suicidal. Stop lying.
Sustained harassment that has driven a professional journalist and mother to contemplate suicide.
Oh my God, she said it. 7 hour, 18 minutes, and 47 seconds. Exercise your right to be appalled. I know people in real life who have committed suicide, you stupid bitch. How dare you? I mean, she needs to do more than sit the fuck down.
Sit down.
I have friends of mine that have committed suicide. And for you to sit here with your professional husband and your professionalism, fuck directly off. Disgusting. Just absolutely disgusting. Wasn't even named. And she's sitting here saying she's contemplating suicide. Fuck directly off. It is 7 hours.
Evidence before this court paints a disturbing picture of calculated, sustained harassment that has driven a professional journalist and mother to contemplate suicide.
7/18/57. No, they never hinted at it. We had no idea until we found out. Until we found out that they were dead. That's when we found out they were suicidal. Laxi, thank you for gifting a cootership. Welcome to Cooterville there, Lara. Come on in and close your legs. She's disgusting. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Lauren Johnson. Because that's really who you are at your core. You're a Johnson.
Respondent's creation of accounts solely to expose her ex-friend, her recruitment of others to join the campaign, her physical stalking across state lines, and her brazen violations of this court's injunction demonstrate conduct that no reasonable interpretation of law would protect. Patricia Griffith summarized it best. Manager to Websleuths. Thank you, Tricia. Quote.
Now here we are. Enter Tricia. Enter Tricia. All willing to co-sign all this bullshit.
He's like this little pussy.
All this bullshit. And these people say they're for the victims, y'all. They're throwing around the word suicide like it's nothing. Like it's nothing. This is not someone who's for victims. And Christina says that this declaration was never submitted. Nothing by Tricia was ever submitted. Wow. She's quoting something that was never submitted to the court.
He's like this little pussy.
Criticism of someone's work is one thing, but setting out to destroy a person, to incite fear,
Fucking
and to
fuzzy
threaten
slippers and
their
lip gloss.
livelihood is reprehensible, harmful, and flat out wrong. End quote. We don't cancel people here. We don't harass people here. We do support people here. Go subscribe to Web Sleuth. Thank you, Trisha.
Shut up.
Don't
go subscribe to Web Sleuths because they exploit victims too. She cornered John Ramsey at CrimeCon to grill him about his daughter's murder. Is that the venue to do that? Is that the venue to do that? Did John Ramsey sign up to go stand there and be grilled by fucking Trisha? Set up and laughed at by Trisha? Oh, could you imagine if she got a PTO from Christina? She'd really be the victim then.
Respondents attempt to weaponize the First Amendment as a shield for what multiple witnesses, including a forensic psychologist, have identified as dangerous stalking behavior with clear antisocial traits that significantly increase the risk of harmful behavior.
John couldn't identify his penis if he saw it.
For the foregoing reasons, I'm still going. For the foregoing reasons, petitioner respectfully requests that this court, 1, reject respondent's public figure defense as legally irrelevant.
Yeah.
Number 2, find that respondent's documented campaign of 53 plus videos and 33 plus posts and multiple physical confrontations constitutes stalking under Utah law. And 3,
multiple. Wait. She said that a little too fast. Respondent's documented campaign of 53 plus videos. How many confrontations?
Videos and 33 plus posts.
33 plus posts.
And multiple physical confrontations constitute.
And multiple physical confrontations? What? Nikki Noodle, thank you for your super chat. She says, Ed Kemper, isn't he a serial killer? He is. Oh my God. I've already paid over $60K for all the court costs with the PTO. I would rather use my money for something else. I don't blame you. Multiple physical confrontations.
Stalking under Utah law. And 3, convert the temporary injunction to a permanent civil stalking injunction. 4, refer this matter for criminal prosecution based on the documented violations. 5, award such other relief as the court deems just and proper. The evidence demonstrates not just a pattern of harassment, but an escalating campaign that has caused a mother to tell her husband she wanted to die, an 8-year-old child to live in fear.
Here we go. 7/21/18. She says she wants to die.
That has caused a mother to tell her husband she wanted to die.
7/21/16. 7 hour, 21 minute, 16 seconds.
An 8-year-old child to live in fear for his mother's safety, and an employee to require psychiatric medication. The court must act to protect this family from further harm. Signed, Sunday, September 21st.
We all know that it wasn't.
The law and crime.
It wasn't that. It was actually this that made her drop it. Let's revisit this clip.
Portion subject to the court's clarification on the other bit that you just made.
Yeah, now I think I was clear before that I expect her not to post anything necessarily that she's running a risk. If she posts something negative about her, that's something she can, I guess, theoretically do. But she needs to be careful in walking that line.
Is there any clarification you could give us on what might be qualified as negative?
Well, if she's threatening her, again, we have to go back to the purpose of a stalking injunction. If she's threatening her, if there's a harassment that would cause emotional harm, I mean, all of us run the risk that somebody's going to say something bad about us. Whether that turns into harassment I think that's a high bar.
Is there any
Let me be clear on this, Mr. Dale. This civil stalking injunction was in no way meant to silence what Ms. is doing. And I want to be very clear on that. And any permanent stalking injunction will not be for that purpose. That is not what a stalking injunction is for.
No, it's all dropped. That is why she dropped the civil stalking injunction.
And then what happened? As I prepared.
Shut up.
To go to this hearing. The law and crime.
We know what happened.
Request. I couldn't see who it was. I thought maybe it was a small YouTuber. Like, there's no way. This is a civil stalking injunction. Do you want to know why abusers don't get out of abusive situations where there's coercive control and intimidation?
Oh, my God. She's saying that Christina has coercive control and is intimidating. What the fuck? She's comparing this to a domestic situation. Bye, Pines.
Of abusive situations where there's coercive control and intimidation. I'm very uncomfortable sitting here. Why are we sending media requests to a civil stalking injunction true crime community? Really, anyone, small or big? Small or big? Why are we sending media requests to a civil stalking injunction where there is a victim claiming to be stalked? Why? Why would any of us do that?
Cut his mic. Cut his mic.
I didn't know who it was. And this is what my attorney sent back. I need water. I can't believe we're still going.
This is what my attorney sent back. I need water. I can't believe we're still going.
Attorney sent back. I need water. I can't believe we're still going.
Do you guys want a funny sidebar?
You see the little makeshift.
Ooh, not that one. Hold on. Let me come back. Okay, I got a sidebar. Okay, you guys, I need a break from her. I don't know if we're even going to get through all this. We're going to have to do a part 6. But did you guys see when Katy Perry went up in the Blue Origin thing? We're going to watch this sped up. This is funny as shit. Have you guys ever seen the Blue Origin thing where they take just regular old people who pay a lot of money up into orbit? Well, they did another one today. They took up some people that have a lot of money and wanted to go up into the orbit, right? Well, we had a new crowd go up, and when they hit zero, like G-force, zero gravity, it is funny as shit to hear them. They have the sound on in the little capsule, and then you watch them get dumped down. The whole thing happened in 10 minutes. They call them astronauts. They're people. So take a listen. We're going to watch from takeoff. Yeah, Gail from... yeah, Gail was like, ah! Gail was screaming, and it looked so fake. Yes, we watched it on J for J. Thank you, Blue Jay, for your super chat. Blue Jay says, and out of the kindness of her heart, thank you so much, Blue Jay, for caring. She said, Christina, please have someone with you when you can. Have your phone close. One touch to call 911. My brother's killer stalked me. It's scary. Be cautious. I don't trust Chucky. She has so much pent-up aggression. And I'm sorry, Blue Jay, for everything you've gone through. I know you've shared a lot in the chat, and I'm really sorry. Astronaut, Katy Perry, yes. So this is the regular old people. Let's have a laugh. All right, there it goes, folks. And it's not a coincidence that all the rockets look like penises, especially this one. I think all these men did that on purpose. Okay, there they go. So they're going to go all the way up. We might fast forward a little bit. So they're going up high. There's the capsule. Fell in that hole. Yes! That was so funny.
All right, New Shepard has cleared the tower. Take a look on your screen. On the left-hand side of the screen, you'll be able to follow along with our telemetry, giving you altitude and speed. And then on the bottom right-hand side of the screen, you'll be able to see how far we are into NS-38's flight.
Okay, so that's their view. They're going.
Mach 1 vehicle is supersonic.
They're supersonic right now.
Engine back to full throttle. Chamber pressures look good.
Listen.
You are hearing our astronauts from inside the vehicle.
It's so funny. It gets better, I promise. Wait, hold on. I'm going to slow down. The people are so fucking funny. Listen. Listen. Starting to get dark.
Astronauts experiencing max ascent Gs.
It gets better. When they hit the G-force.
Begin throttle down, stand by Miko.
It sounds like sex. Wait till they hit the G-force. Then it sounds like orgasms all over this little pod.
Miko confirmed.
Miko is main engine cutoff.
Stand by separation.
Okay, it's separating.
Stand by.
They haven't separated yet.
Separation confirmed.
There they are.
Start your GoPros. Start your GoPros.
You'll notice the telemetry graphics have split.
Capsule body rates look good.
One for the booster, one for the capsule to follow their respective journeys.
Three minutes, 10 seconds into flight. Capsule has passed the Kármán line.
I swear they're having sex. Oh, fuck.
It is black. No.
They're still at 0G.
Capsule apogee at 350,000 feet.
Sleuthie had to turn it down. She's at work.
4 minutes, 25 seconds into flight. I wonder if you automatically get orgasmic up there.
Despite the clouds, we've got a nice long-range shot of the capsule and the booster.
1 minute warning.
That
Capsule
1
body
minute
rates
warning
look good.
is for our astronauts, knowing that they have 1 minute before they need to get back and buckled into their seats to return to Earth.
Booster descending past 300,000 feet.
They're going to come back down. Oh, Blue Jay, that was so funny. When she kissed the ground, Katy Perry. I don't know if we hear him anymore. I'm going to speed it back up.
The booster will land about 2 miles north.
Returning to seats.
of where.
Oh, they got them. They're returning to their seats. But all of a sudden, look, we go from this view to this view. This view to this view. This view to this view. Like what? Here they come down in their parachutes. They go up. They feel G-force for like so many minutes, and then they come back down. Now watch.
Nominal.
The booster, of course, returning first because of the aerodynamic shape. And give our astronauts just a little more time to enjoy.
I can't remember how much it costs. Do you guys remember?
Booster forward fins deployed.
Okay, now they're coming down. She brought her flower for her daughter. The door is like a cardboard cutout. Okay, they're coming down. They're coming down.
Astronauts experiencing max G.
Just over 6 minutes into NS-38. New Shepard's 38th launch.
Thank you, Liz. Liz! Thank you for your super chat. What goes up always comes down.
Booster drag brakes deployed.
Okay, so that's the part that's separated. They're still up. They're still up.
Approaching engine restart.
I was wrong about the parachute. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. Oh! This is gonna land like magic. Watch. It just shuts off. Watch.
Engine restart. Landing lights deployed.
Look at that. Where'd it come from?
Landing lights deployed.
Watch. You go from this, and then watch. All of a sudden, it's just right there. This happened last time, too. Watch. We're there. Boom. Now, look. Look at, they transition. I'm right in the transition. See? And there's the little thingy. Where'd it come from? Why didn't they show it when it was way up here?
Engine restart.
And look, it just inedible system. Look at that thing.
And
booster touchdown. Welcome home, New Shepard booster.
Welcome home, Tail 4.
Welcome
Big
home,
shout out to our
Tail
friends
4.
in Kent, Texas, Huntsville, and of course Florida, who are all watching.
Start booster auto saving.
A little bit of a cloudy day out in West Texas as the cold front is moving in, but a beautiful shot.
So they're still up there right now. They'll come back in just a minute here. 2 minutes, they'll be back.
8 minutes into NS-38, New Shepard's 38th flight.
Stand by, capsule drogue.
Jammer, I dream
You're
of
looking
Genie.
to require a picture. There it is of the capsule.
There they are. There they are. Watch. There's the
Capsule
parachute.
drogue deployment.
Look. There's their fucking capsule. So they were still up there. And then they come down with these parachutes. Watch.
Stand by mains. Capsule mains deployed.
There you have it. 3 beautiful main chutes.
Capsule mains inflated.
Listen.
I know those shots out in space are incredible to see with your own eyes, but
Capsule
I tell
body
you,
rates look good.
looking out the windows over West Texas ain't bad either.
I don't know, Sleuthy. I wondered that too.
Capsule landing zone is within expected range limits.
Blue control copies.
Here they come. Watch them hit the ground.
Just under 1,000 feet to land.
Capsule descending past 1,000 feet.
They're like, we're close.
TDS enabled.
Look at,
retro thrust fire.
it literally looks like one of those little dog houses, you know, those ones that are shaped like an igloo. You know what I'm talking about? Those plastic dog houses.
Stand by.
There it goes. Watch, here it goes. Watch. Watch it hit the ground. Boom. Look at that.
Capsule touchdown. Welcome home, NS-38.
Hey,
Welcome home
Potato.
above and beyond. A great touchdown there. The retro thrust system doing exactly what it's meant to do, puffing up that West Texas dust and slowing down the capsule to about a mile or two before landing. An incredible day to fly. Right now, the team is actually heading out in a convoy to, of course, greet our astronauts at the landing site, and that's when they're going to begin to safe the capsule.
Okay,
and
so
get
now
ready
we're going
to
to
open
fast
the
forward
hatch.
to when they get out, because I haven't seen it. When I went live, they were
in the landscape to support how you land the vehicles. All those types of things.
This is them driving the convoy over. Hold on.
Really was the catalyst.
Oh, I think they might have cut it before they got out.
So we've talked about how a flight on New Shepard doesn't just take you.
Look at, there's the capsule. So what they do is they then drive around and then they test it for all kinds of stuff. Potato, this is the second, like what Katy Perry did. This is this is what happened today. Some regular people paid a bunch of money and went up and became astronauts today. Do you want to hear them hit the G-force again, Potato? Because you weren't here. Listen.
Capsule has reached atmospheric pierce point.
They got really quiet. I don't know if they mute them. Holy shit. 450K?
Booster pointing back down towards West Texas.
Astronauts experiencing max G.
Wow.
Just over 6 minutes into NS-38. New Shepard's 38th launch.
Here's Max J, or Max G. J. When are they really having fun? It was before that thing even landed. They were feeling good.
You were taking a look from a camera on our booster, pointed back down towards West Texas.
Astronauts experiencing max G.
Here we go.
Just over 6 minutes into NS-38.
Max
New
G.
Shepard's 38th
They
launch.
did the sound. They muted. They edited it.
It out.
Sleuthy.
Booster drag brakes deployed.
Nice infrared shot there.
Approaching engine restart.
I don't know. I think I...
Oh, God.
Oh, here it is. No, here it is. Here it is. Start your GoPros.
Separation confirmed.
Did you see how that... Do you see how that entire scene changed? It went from cloudy right here to blue sky. What the fuck? What are we looking at?
Separation confirmed. Separation confirmed. Start your GoPros. Start your GoPros.
Normal people.
You'll notice the telemetry graphics have split.
Capsule body rates look good.
One for the booster, one for the capsule to follow their respective journeys.
Wow. Wow.
3 minutes, 10 seconds into flight.
Oh, oh, God. Wow. Wow.
Capsule has passed the Kármán line.
I'm gonna watch every single one of these when they air.
It is flat. It's almost flat. No.
Oh man. We're gonna watch every single one of these. Oh, it's so funny. I'm crying. You guys are the best. All right, let's get back. Let's get back. I don't have the video of them getting out, unfortunately. Oh, that's some funny shit. Okay, back to Dum Dum Who Needs Water. How long have we been going? 4 hours? Damn. Okay. I feel like I shouldn't be listening.
Here we go. I find out there's a media request at my little civil stalking injunction here in Utah, where I'm trying to help my family. I'm trying to get out of coercive control, intimidation, and threats. And there's a media request. And so my attorney Dastin responds. Petitioner, through counsel, hereby objects to the unspecified, unverifiable media request. It was unverifiable, by the way, and it was unspecified. No one could figure out who it was. Unspecified, unverifiable media request for attendance at the evidentiary hearing scheduled for October 16th, 2025, and for access to court records in this matter. They wanted all of the court records. All of the court records that I just read today, that's why I read them. That's why I've been on a live for 7.5 hours. I could be with my mother on hospice right now. That's what I do when I come to this state. I'm with my dying mother. But
wow. Manipulation at its finest. I could be with my mother on hospice right now. But because the judge clarified the stalking order and told her this, she's going to put on Christina the fact that she's not with her. Listen again.
Is doing. And I want to be very clear on
this.
That and any permanent stalking injunction will not be for that purpose. That is not what a stalking injunction is for.
No, it's all trial. That is not what a stalking injunction is for.
Now, that's what I do when I come to this state. I'm with my dying mother. But instead, I am here doing a 7.5 hour live, reading all of the court docs because everybody wants them. And so I'm going to read them. Because I am going to protect my family and myself, and I'm not going to let this continue any longer. And so this unverified, unspecified media request comes in, and I have to say, no way. So, as a reminder, the court has found cause to issue.
She has to say, no way.
A temporary civil stalking injunction containing specific no contact orders, including some limits on respondents' online social media activity targeting the petitioner and others. It was entered and served on respondent in September 2025. However, the respondent violated the court order within 24 hours. She then repeatedly violated it 5 more times between September 5th and 7th. Each violation constitutes a criminal offense. This case involves ongoing stalking, harassment, threats, and defamation by respondent against petitioner and her family, which includes her 8-year-old child. Supposedly, the court received an ambiguous,
Wait, who wrote this again? Who is this from? Who wrote this shit?
Injunction containing specific no contact orders, including some limits on respondents' online social media activity targeting the petitioner and others. It was entered and served on respondent in September 2025. However, the respondent violated the court order within 24 hours.
She violated the court order within 24 hours. How?
She then repeatedly violated it 5 more times between September 5th and 7th. Each violation constitutes a criminal offense.
Oh, this is all her evidence from Joe Schmo and Megan. Don't forget Megan was the videographer.
This case involves ongoing stalking, harassment, threats, and defamation by respondent against petitioner and her family, which includes her 8-year-old child.
Meanwhile, Christina's mother is getting letters about Lauren. Fuck you, Lauren. You're the worst mother on the planet. You really are. You're the worst mom on the planet.
Supposedly, the court received an ambiguous, unspecified media request seeking to attend the October...
It was very specific. We've read it many times. It specifically said that no minors were to be filmed or recorded. It was very specific. You're right.
16th, 2025 evidentiary hearing on petitioner's request for a permanent civil stalking injunction and to access the underlying court records. However, petitioner's request for basic information about the request, who made it and when, has not been provided. They wouldn't even provide us with who and what. In addition,
They wouldn't provide us. She has such a sense of entitlement, even when it comes to the court. Yes. I'll send you everything that I have, Lindsay, just to cover all bases.
To the reasons set forth hereinafter, permitted an unspecified, unverifiable media request, given the private classification of this case and the now criminal nature of the respondent's conduct, deprives the petitioner a reasonable opportunity to verify or properly challenge in authenticity or necessity. Petitioner will be required to testify in detail about traumatic incidents of stalking, harassment, and threats. This testimony will necessarily include specific dates, times, and locations where respondents stalked or confronted petitioner, details of petitioner's daily routines, residence, workplace, frequented locations, petitioner's current location, safety measures.
CNN, I just got your email. You're the one. Wow. Wow. I'm jaw dropped right now. I just watched him on the interview room last night. Oh my God. I'd love to talk to you. And Chuck Anderson's granddaughter, I got your email. Thank you. Oh my God, I have so many pictures, so many emails. Lindsay, would you mind sending me an email right now? Because I think yours is buried. And I will email you right after the live.
Security protocols, the nature and content of threatening communications, the emotional and psychological impact of respondents' conduct on the petitioner's husband and their 8-year-old son. Personal and intimate details about petitioner's life, relationships, activities, media attendance, and coverage may place petitioner at immediate physical risk, chill petitioner's willingness to testify fully and truthfully, re-traumatize the victim and her family, enable respondents' continued harassment through public dissemination. Yeah, that's what I want. Like, let's make this go viral.
Thanks,
everyone.
Lindsay.
Like, what are we doing? And constitute an egregious invasion of privacy, all while serving no compelling public interest. I don't want to be here on this live. This is an invasion of my privacy. I have no choice. My hands have been tied.
Janice?
And here I am.
She sent out cease and desist letters.
A legal standard. Number 8, a presumption and authority to close hearings. While Utah courts operate under a general presumption of openness, this presumption is not absolute. Courts possess inherent authority to close proceedings when necessary to protect compelling interests, including victim safety and privacy. That's absolutely true. Utah Code of Judicial Administration Rule 4202 specifically recognizes that records of hearings closed to the public are classified as private. Permanently, if the hearing is not traditionally open to the public and public access does not play a significant positive role in the process, or if the hearing is traditionally open to the public until the judge determines it is possible to release the record without prejudice to the interests that justified the closure. This rule acknowledges the court's authority to close hearings when compelling interests outweigh the presumption of openness.
Blah, blah, blah.
Electronic media coverage. Utah Code of Judicial Administration Rule 4401-01 establishes a presumption that electronic media coverage shall be permitted in public proceedings. However, the judge may prohibit or restrict such coverage if the judge finds that the reason for doing so are sufficiently compelling to outweigh the presumption.
Nothing's compelling.
Rule 4401-01 requires the judge to consider factors including 1, the privacy rights of all parties and participants; 2, the difficulty of effectively concealing from the jury evidence, documents, or exhibits not admitted into evidence; 3, whether coverage will cause harm to any participant; 4, whether coverage will significantly distract participants or impair the dignity of the proceedings; and 5, whether coverage will interfere with the fair administration of justice. Rule 4401-01 mandates that if a judge prohibits or restricts coverage, the judge shall make particularized findings orally or in writing on the record. Rule 4401 requires that any reasons found sufficient to prohibit or restrict electronic media coverage shall relate to the specific circumstances of the proceeding rather than merely reflect generalized views or preferences.
Ugh. Did you hear that? She is absolutely disturbing.
Preferences. C. Balancing test for court records. When determining whether to allow access to court records, Rule 4202-04 requires the court to A. Make findings and conclusions about specific records, B. Identify and balance the interests favoring opening and closing the records, and C. If the record is ordered closed, determine there are no reasonable alternatives to closure sufficient to protect the interests favoring closure. Rule 4202 recognizes the following interests served by non-public court records. 1, to protect personal privacy. 2, to protect personal and public safety. And 3, to protect non-parties participating in the court process, such as victims and witnesses. The evidentiary hearing should be closed to unverifiable, unauthenticated media requests. Media attendance could place petitioner in immediate physical danger. The evidentiary hearing will require petitioner to testify about specific details that would enable respondent to locate, access, and harm petitioner, her family, and her 8-year-old child. Current location information, petitioner must testify about recent stalking incidents, which will necessarily reveal current residence, areas, workplace, vicinity, routes traveled, and locations frequented. This information would provide respondent with actionable intelligence to continue stalking. Daily routines and patterns. To establish the stalking pattern, petitioner must describe daily activities, schedules, and routines. This testimony creates a roadmap for future stalking. Safety measures taken. Petitioner will likely testify about protective measures implemented. Public disclosure would undermine these efforts and expose security vulnerabilities. Witness and support system information. Testimony may reference family members, friends, colleagues, or others who have witnessed incidents or provided support. Media coverage could expose these individuals to harassment, you think, and enable the respondent to infer petitioner's location through them. Unlike ordinary court proceedings where safety concerns are abstract, and let me explain, this is not an ordinary court proceeding. This is a civil stalking injunction where there is a victim being stalked. That is not for media. Media doesn't cover that. I've been in the media for years. Never in my years does anyone ever cover such a thing. I can't believe it. Unlike ordinary court proceedings where safety concerns are abstract, stalking cases present immediate, concrete danger. The very information necessary to prove stalking is the same information that enables continued stalking. Media presence would chill petitioner's testimony chill petitioner's testimony and deny due process. Yeah, it would. And you know what? It did. It did. After it was approved, I
Andy,
I had no choice but to withdraw my stalking injunction. So did it have a chilling effect on me? Seeking justice, seeking safety from the court, seeking protection? It did. It did. The psychological impact. Hold on. Tell me anything else you want.
Tell me anything
Psychological impact. Requiring a stalking victim to recount traumatic experiences while media representatives observe and take notes is re-traumatizing. The awareness...
What do you want me to rewind to, Liz?
It did. It did. The psychological impact. Hold on. Tell me anything else you want.
I don't know what
psychological impact. Requiring a stalking victim to recount traumatic experiences while media representatives observe and take notes is re-traumatizing. The awareness that these intimate details will be broadcast or published creates severe psychological distress. Yeah, and let me remind you, civil stalking injunctions are often victims that are being abused. It's domestic violence. It's fear. It's coercive control. Again, I cannot believe that any media would be requesting to be in there. It's beyond, it is so unfathomable to me. Incomplete testimony. Fear of public exposure will cause petitioner to self-censor. Yeah. Omitting details that are embarrassing, humiliating, or too personal to share publicly, even if those details are crucial.
Cause her. I'm just now taking a lot of this in. She's saying that Christina is causing her to self-censor. Well, you could, handle reading a room or two.
To establishing the stalking pattern. This directly impairs petitioner's ability to meet the evidentiary burden. The chilling effect, this is important, and not just me, but on future victims. For those of you coming forward thinking you need protection.
Oh my God, future victims. Future victims of you is what we're worried about. Hey, Gypsy.
The chilling effect on future victims. Media coverage of victim testimony in stalking cases sends a message to other victims that seeking legal protection means public exposure to their trauma, deterring victims from accessing the justice system. Fundamental fairness. Respondent has chosen to engage in stalking conduct that necessitates these proceedings. Petitioner should not be forced to choose between legal protection and privacy. The victim should not bear the additional burden of public scrutiny while seeking protection from harassment. The hearing involves highly sensitive and intimate personal detail. The testimony will include, and you've heard it here because I felt they've had no choice, but the testimony will necessarily include details of respondents' obsessive behavior and unwanted contact.
Wait, she had no, oh my gosh. Delightful Pam, thank you so much for your generous super chat. Delightful Pam says, media doesn't cover civil stalking injunctions. I was in media covering state fair livestock winners, so I know the truth. So I know. Tell the truth, Elle. Thank you, Delightful Pam, for all of your support today. That's very generous of you.
Content of threatening, harassing, and sexually explicit communications. Impact on petitioner's emotional and psychological.
Wait, what?
I felt they've had no choice.
What is that? Oh. Wait, I felt they had no choice.
But the testimony will necessarily.
Okay, the testimony
include details.
Will include details. Respondents'
obsessive behavior and unwanted contact.
I'm confused on what she's reading at this point. Is she reading her response still? Details respondents' obsessive behavior. And is she talking about Christina here? Okay, so this is Doe.
Content of threatening, harassing, and sexually explicit communication.
Content of threatening, harassing, and sexually explicit. Oh, Lauren's counsel objection to media. Because the content has threatening, harassing, and sexually explicit communications? Wait a minute. This was a little bit of leakage. I never caught that this entailed sexually explicit communications. Between who?
That there was a lot of leakage.
She's reading a statute, you think? Let's go back a minute.
The hearing involves highly sensitive and intimate personal detail. The testimony will include, and you've heard it here because...
No, she's not reading a statute. She's saying what's going to be why they can't have media there. This is her argument objecting to law and crime being there. She's saying the shit's going to be sexually explicit. And that's one of the reasons law and crime can't be there. Carla, she is ratting on herself.
I felt they've had no choice. But the testimony will necessarily include details of respondents' obsessive behavior and unwanted contact.
Her obsessive behavior and unwanted contact.
Content of threatening, harassing, and sexually explicit communications. Impact on petitioner's emotional and psychological well-being, potentially including mental health treatment. Changes to petitioner's life.
Potentially including mental health treatment. Potentially
including mental health treatment. Changes to petitioner's life. Lost employment opportunities. Disrupted relationship.
Oh, maybe Spermgate is sexually explicit. Oh, yeah, because she calls it. She said that they accused her of wanting to grape her brother, remember? That's probably what it is.
Ships, relocated residence, and altered daily routines.
Relocated. Wait, what? Okay, so she's claiming lost. These are her claims now. Lost employment.
Opportunities.
Lost employment opportunities.
Disrupted relationships.
Disrupted relationships.
Relocated residence.
Relocated residence. So she's admitting that she moved?
Bing bang.
And altered daily routines.
So she's claiming that she moved residences. And had to alter her daily routine. That's interesting. How did she lose job opportunities because of Christina?
Changes to petitioner's life, lost employment opportunities, disrupted relationships, relocated residence.
Yeah, she's saying she had to move. She moved in with Grayson.
And altered daily routines.
Disrupted relationship with John, maybe? Huh? I wonder if they got rid of the apartment. He told me just to stay here because my son doesn't need this shit.
Personal relationships and intimate details respondent has used to harass or manipulate, and the financial impact and economic hurt.
However, Christina did lose some job contacts and some job opportunities in all of this, Lauren. Sure did. Because you.
Which I've avoided. These matters.
You've avoided.
Respondent has used to harass or manipulate, and the financial impact and economic hurt. Which I've avoided.
What does that mean? The financial impact you've avoided? Addressing that? Or is that what's coming next? Is that what's coming next? Is she going to sue for financial loss? I mean, I don't know how she could, but what does she mean? What has she avoided?
Personal relationships and intimate details respondent has used to harass or manipulate, and the financial impact and economic hurt. Which I've avoided. These matters go to the core of personal dignity and privacy. They are not matters of legitimate public concern. They are. None of this that you are watching tonight is a matter of your public concern until all of a sudden I realized I don't know who's going to protect me. And
oh, so it wasn't a matter of public concern until you made it one. Miss Same Tooth over and over and over. What you're watching tonight is not public opinion, but I had to go forward with this because it is public opinion. Do you hear this, idiot?
Wake up.
They are not matters of legitimate public concern. They are. None of this that you are watching tonight is a matter of your public concern until...
She says they are. They are not matters of public concern. And then she goes, they are.
These matters go to the core of personal dignity and privacy.
Listen.
They are not matters of legitimate public concern. They are. None of this that you are watching tonight is a matter of your public concern until all of a sudden I realized I don't know who's going to protect me. And
I realized that it is public concern now because I'm Lauren and I need to go live and I need to tell everybody.
You buzzed?
I need to make all of this known.
Oh, did you hear her get that? I need to make all of this known because I'm Lauren Matthias, the wife of Dr. John, babe. Kitty, thank you for your super chat. Just because you say something all angry with a puss on your face doesn't make it true. Thank you for everything you do, Jay. Thank you, Kitty, for your super chat and for being here. I appreciate you being a truth seeker.
4, media coverage would enable respondents' ongoing campaign of harassment. Respondent has demonstrated a pattern.
And that's what we're going to be on J for J. We're retiring the clickers and we're going to be the J for J truth seekers. And over here, we're the cooters. Holly, I think she is very mentally fragile. There are multiple diagnoses on display. Terrifying. Right. And then couple that with an entire criminal family.
Of harassing behavior, privately and publicly, despite petitioner's request not to be contacted, including threats to expose her, to burn her kingdom to the fucking ground, and to put her head on a platter. More recently, the respondent's behavior has escalated, including 6 blatant violations of the temporary protective order on September 5th through 7th, 2025, and even attempts to incite others to violence through multiple social media accounts created for the sole purpose. Media coverage would provide respondent with 1, court-sanctioned details to incorporate into defamatory posts and communications. 2, additional platforms to disseminate the harassment, news articles.
2 additional platforms to disseminate the harassment. 1 had 1 follower on X. The Cooter Truthers. There you go.
Social media sharing. Perceived legitimacy by associating harassment with news coverage.
What? Perceived legitimacy by associating harassment with news coverage? Fuck is she talking about?
Permanent searchable internet records linking petitioner's name to these allegations and specific quotes from petitioner's testimony to exert, mischaracterize, and weaponize.
What?
This is not speculative. This is the predictable continuation of the respondent's established, documented conduct. This court's proceedings should not become a tool for the abuser.
She calls Christina an abuser, not just a stalker, but an abuser. Ooh, she's a dangerous individual.
Not become a tool for the abuser.
You're the abuser. And guess what? I'm going to play this again.
Portion subject to the court's clarification on the other bit that you just made.
Yeah, now I think I was clear before that I expect her not to post anything necessarily that she's running a risk. If she posts something negative about her, that's something she can, I guess, theoretically do. But she needs to be careful.
She can post something negative about her, but she wasn't even naming her.
Careful in walking that line.
Is there any clarification you could give us on what might be qualified as negative?
Well, if she's threatening her, again, we have to go back to the purpose of a stalking injunction. If she's threatening her, if there's a harassment that would cause emotional harm, I mean, all of us run the risk that somebody's going to say something bad about us. Whether that turns into harassment is, I think that's a high bar.
That's a high bar.
Is there any
Let me be clear on this, Mr. Dale. This civil stalking injunction was in no way meant to silence what Ms. is doing. And I want to be very clear on that. And any permanent stalking injunction will not be for that purpose.
That's why she canceled. Now listen to this one. Here's another one of her being the abuser.
And if other people decide to talk about it publicly, I mean, I don't, yeah, whatever. But like, I just don't, like, you're just respectfully being used as her pawn to scare people. And I'm not scared, so I'm talking to you. She's done it. And if other people decide to talk about it publicly, I mean, I don't, yeah, whatever. But like, I just don't, like, you're just respectfully being used as her pawn.
No
I did,
compelling
Kitty. Let me go back.
public interest
I don't think I
justifies
did.
media attendance, but certainly the attendance of unauthenticate.
I did read it, but I'll read it again. Just because you say something all angry with a puss on your face doesn't make it true. Thanks for everything you do. And I said, Katie, thank you for being here. I appreciate you and your support.
Authenticated, unverifiable media. No compelling public interest. The media has not been identified nor articulated and cannot articulate any specific public interest that outweighs petitioners' fundamental rights to safety and privacy. This case does not involve public officials or government accountability. This case does not involve matters of significant public concern or policy debate. I actually believe it does now.
Oh.
The fact that media.
Oh, it does now. Now. Okay. Now, because media, now it's about policy debate. Now we're going to be debating policy, so it's all fair game.
Or policy debate. I actually believe it does now. The fact that media in our true crime community is requesting access to civil stalking injunctions. Now that is public concern and policy debate. But my case is not.
Policy debate? Stop.
Systematic issues requiring public oversight, allegations of...
They're going to have a fucking House Oversight Committee meeting on Lauren Matthias' stalking injunction. Get out of here, lady. You are so delusional. It's scary.
You can't talk to a fucking log.
Of what, Chuck Anderson?
The judicial misconduct or novel legal questions of widespread importance. Any general interest in court transparency or public proceedings is adequately served by 1, the public document showing that proceedings are occurring, 2, public portions of the record, case history, judgments, orders, 3, the ability of parties to discuss the outcome publicly if they choose, and 4, the resulting written order, which will be public. The presumption of openness does serve important purposes. However, none of these purposes requires permitting attendance of unauthenticated, unverifiable media at the victim's traumatic testimony in a stalking case. Moreover, stalking injunction hearings are not proceedings where public access plays a significant positive role in the process. That's Rule 4202. These are protective proceedings designed to safeguard victims. They are not public forums for debate.
Okay,
or,
let me
as I
go
say,
back up.
Tools for abusers. Electronic media coverage must be prohibited. Even if the court were inclined to allow some media presence, which petitioner respectfully urges against, electronic media coverage must be absolutely prohibited. There are privacy rights of the victims, requires consideration of the privacy rights of all parties and participants. Petitioners' privacy rights are at the apex of this proceeding. I agree. Electronic recording would create permanent audio-video records of traumatic testimony, enable widespread dissemination beyond those physically present, allow endless replay and sharing on social media and websites, and result in permanent searchable content associating petitioner with this matter. Harm to participant. Electronic media coverage will cause direct harm to petitioner. Severe emotional distress and re-traumatization is 1. Number 2, the chilling of full and truthful testimony. Number 3, increased vulnerability to continued stalking and harassment. Exactly. Number 4, long-term psychological impact from knowing testimony is recorded. Impairment of dignity and fair administration of justice. Requiring a stalking victim to testify on camera fundamentally impairs the dignity of the proceeding and transforms a protective hearing into a spectacle. It prioritizes, this is true, this media request prioritizes media interests over victim protection. And when we start doing that in the true crime community, we have a problem. I cannot get over this. My mind is still blown. It prioritizes. If you are going to bring media into something like a civil stalking injunction, you are prioritizing media interests and your entertainment over the actual victim protection. And it undermines the very purpose of the stalking injunction proceedings. The access to the court records must be denied. The records in this case are classified. They're private under Utah Code of Judicial Administration. Thank goodness on the docket they remain private. They wouldn't have remained private had I gone forward. They would have been open to everyone. They remain private. And that designates records in protective order.
Wait, what does she want?
They remain private. Have remained under Utah Code of Judicial Administration. Thank goodness on the docket they remain private.
Wait, what
proceedings? The access to the court records must be denied. The records in this case are classified. They're private.
Oh, the whole docket. She wanted sealed.
Under Utah Code of Judicial Administration, thank goodness on the docket they remain private. They wouldn't have remained private had I gone forward. They would have been open to everyone. They remain private. And that designates record.
I thought you were going to show us all tonight. So why does it matter if they're private or public? We're going to go through a lot.
In protective order and stalking injunction proceedings are private. And you know why they're private on the docket right now?
Why?
Because this is a civil stalking injunction. And when someone has to file that, they're a victim that needs protection and they keep them private.
Oh, is that why? Oh, is that why? Is that why it's private? Oh my God. You want to know why they're private right now?
In protective order.
This is the real Lauren Matthias right here. This is the real Lauren.
Stalking injunction proceedings are private. And you know why they're private on the docket right now? Because this is a civil stalking injunction. And when someone has to file that, they're a victim that needs protection and they keep them private.
No. That's her off script. That is the real Lauren Matthias. A big old baby.
Little babies with them high top white shoes on, with the real hard bottom when
they're about a year old. That's her. You want to know why? Because they're private. Because they said so.
Records in protective order and stalking injunction proceedings are private. And you know why they're private on the docket right now? Because this is a civil stalking injunction. And when someone has to file that, they're a victim that needs protection and they keep them private on the docket. You cannot see them. They're private because of what this is. And so a media request is saying, make them public for us. We want to see. We want to know what's going on. Make them public. Make this fearful victims' concerns public for us to enjoy.
Enjoy.
For all of the reasons above, regarding the hearing, the underlying records contain detailed allegations of stalking incidents with dates, times, and locations, evidence of threatening communications, information about petitioner's evidence, workplace routines, personal and sensitive information about petitioner's life, witness statements, and supporting evidence. These records should remain private. My 8-year-old son. To protect my petitioner's safety, to prevent enabling continued stalking, to safeguard personal privacy and avoid providing tools for defamation. There are no reasonable alternatives. Redaction is insufficient because even seemingly minor details provide actionable information to stalkers. The cumulative effects of partial information is dangerous. Comprehensive redaction would render records meaningless. Respondents established pattern.
What?
Dangerous. Comprehensive redaction would render records meaningless.
Comprehensive redaction would render records meaningless? What does that even mean?
Respondents' established pattern demonstrates any disclosure and it creates an unacceptable risk. Required findings cannot be made to support media access. Should the court consider granting any portion of the media request of these rules for 202 and rule 401, it requires specific findings that the alleged media provides sufficient credentials verifying its media status. It has not done that. It never did that, by the way. We never knew who filed. It was like some discreet thing no one would tell me. Can they verify? Hold on one second.
You weren't made aware until the judge approved it, bitch. You're not privy to information filed before the judge approves it or not. A media request doesn't have to go to your fucked up attorney. It goes to the judge. And when the judge approved it, that's when you found out who it was. They wouldn't tell me. Shut up. Hold on. So shady.
Stay with it. You're right. Let me get this.
Stay with it? Oh my God. I cannot with these two. And they're concocting. What you're witnessing is concocting, and it is real.
Yeah, this is important. And I want to make it very clear and help me because this is true. This is what we found out. So the media request was put in. And it's very strange that we couldn't figure out who. By the way, you know, like I said, I've worked in media, I've worked in news. We could not figure out who it was. We could not figure it out. Our attorney office called to find out who this was before writing this. It was very strange what we learned. But the media request was given directly to administration, who gave it,
to the judge.
To administration, who gave it directly to the judge.
That's what they do. The clerk gets a media request, right? I've filled them out before. So you fill it out, you send it over to the clerk or the whoever's assigned to handle media requests at the court. You fill it out, you send it over to them, and then they present it to the judge. The judge either approves, denies, or, puts stipulations in, et cetera, et cetera. And then it is either approved, denied, whatever, and then they file it. So, yeah, it was given directly to administration, who is the clerk of courts.
Bypassing. Yeah, directly to administration, who gave it directly to the judge, bypassing the ability for us to see who sent in the media request.
That's not how it works. That's not how it works. You don't get to see it until it's approved, dumbass.
I have to say, I've never seen anything like that.
Hey, moderator.
And so we couldn't even see who sent in the media request. We didn't find out about it for well over a week. Yeah, we didn't even find out about it well over a week after it was even given. So we are saying,
take it up. Take it up with the courts, bitch.
This cannot happen for me and for other victims.
Wait, what?
Are saying this cannot happen for me and for other victims. For a precedent set in civil.
Oh my God. She wants to protect other victims now?
Stalking injunctions to protect victims here and forever. This cannot happen. We don't even know who sent it in.
Right. What if it was a small YouTuber like you thought? What would have the difference have been?
There are no reasonable alternatives. Redaction is insufficient. I read that. Required findings cannot be made to support me.
Yeah, she's like, oh, I thought it was going to be some small YouTuber, and then it was one crime. So it would have been okay if it was a small YouTuber, eh? She contradicts everything.
Access. Should the court consider granting any portion of the media request? It requires specific findings that the alleged media provide sufficient credentials. Can you tell us who you are? If this is even going to be considered, the alleged media must provide sufficient credentials verifying its media status, which it has not yet to my attorney's office, and that the media has articulated a compelling public interest. It has not. The interest outweighs petitioner's safety and privacy rights. It cannot. Less restrictive alternatives are insufficient. They are not available. Specific circumstances justify deviation from the private classification. They do not exist. No such findings can be made here. For specific relief requested. Wherefore, petitioner respectfully requested this court enter a court order denying the request further regarding the October 16, 2025 evidentiary hearing, closing the evidentiary hearing on petitioner's request for permanent civil stalking, injunction to the media and general public, prohibiting all electronic media coverage of the hearing, including but not limited to audio recording, video recording, photography, and live streaming, limiting attendance to the hearing to the parties and their legal counsel, court personnel, witnesses while testifying.
This is important. This is important because this, I think, is going to tell us she wanted that courtroom closed. Hang on.
Prohibiting all electronic media coverage of the hearing.
Okay, prohibiting all electronic media coverage of the hearing.
Including but not limited to audio recording, video recording, photography, and live streaming. Limiting attendance to the hearing to the
Limiting attendance to the hearing. What?
Parties and their legal counsel.
Limiting attendance of the hearing to the parties and their legal counsel. She doesn't even want any witnesses in the fucking courtroom or anything. Nobody but her and Christina and the lawyers.
Court personnel, witnesses while testifying, and any other necessary persons such as victim advocates, support persons.
Victim advocates and support persons? Oh, Grayson's my support person. She needs to come in. Oh my God, these are her requests of the court. This is fucking embarrassing.
She's got her shit together.
Persons or interpreters. Making particularized findings pursuant to this rule that petitioner's privacy rights and personal safety requires closure, media attendance would cause substantial harm to the petitioner, to me. Media coverage would chill petitioner's testimony and impair the fair administration of justice, the dignity of the proceedings, and protect.
Y'all, she wouldn't even come in the courtroom. She had to be forced by the judge to come in the courtroom. She wanted it all closed for her.
Protection of a stalking victim requires closure. No kidding. The reasons for closure relate to the specific circumstances of the stalking case.
Specific circumstances.
Reasons for closure relate to the specific circumstances of the stalking case. No reasonable alternatives to closure would adequately protect petitioner's interests. No compelling public interest outweighs these substantial concerns. Regarding court records classified as private, denying the media request for access to court records, maintaining the private classification of all records in this manner consistent with Utah Code of Judicial Administration.
Hold on. What just happened? Oh my God. Sorry.
Adequately protect petitioner's interests. No compelling public interest outweighs these substantial concerns. Regarding court records classified as private, denying the media request for access to court records, maintaining the private classification of all records in this manner consistent with Utah Code of Judicial Administration rule, classifying the record of the evidentiary hearing as private, making findings pursuant to Rule 4202 that the interests in protecting petitioner's personal safety, privacy, and security substantially outweigh any public interest in disclosure. B, that there are no reasonable alternatives to denial that would adequately protect petitioner's safety and privacy concerns. And C, disclosure would enable continued stalking, harassment, and defamation. Other general relief, issuing a written order with the specific findings that is required by Rule 4202 and Rule 4401. Sealing or otherwise protecting any transcripts, audio recording, or other records.
She wants everything under seal. Wow.
Records of the evidentiary hearing. Granting such other and further relief as the court deems just and proper conclusion. The court should reject the unspecified, unverifiable media request. Utah's judicial administration rules recognizes that some proceedings, particularly those involving victims of stalking, harassment, and abuse, require protection from public disclosure. Specifically classified stalking injunction records as private, authorizes closure of hearings when the interests justifying closure would be prejudiced by release of the record. Rule 4401 permits prohibition of electronic media coverage when reasons are sufficiently compelling. This is precisely such a case.
There's nothing compelling about this. You have a fucking TikTok account that doesn't even name your dumb ass. There's nothing compelling. Stop playing on people's emotions, you dumb bitch. God, she makes me mad. Right, she's reading this like it's a fucking order.
Protection from a stalker. Providing that protection requires petitioner to testify about traumatic experiences, reveal sensitive details, routine, location, safety, requiring this testimony to occur in front of media representatives subject to recording and broadcasting would place petitioner and her family in immediate physical danger, re-traumatize the victim, chill full and truthful testimony, and enable respondents' continued campaign of harassment.
Oh, but she can say and do whatever she wants to victims and crimes, and when they're happening, she can say this person got arrested right in front of her. They got the guy. Guy was on the run for a whole fucking week.
Transform a protective proceeding into a public spectacle and serve no compelling public interest. The court has both the authority and the obligation to protect stalking victims who seek its assistance. The protection must include shielding victims from forced public exposure of their trauma while seeking legal relief. Signed, October 8th.
Signed October 8th. And then she did this on the 15th. Right,
That
PJ?
is.
Wait, what just happened there?
That is. I'm not done. That is.
No, she dropped it. She dropped it.
Me reading all the court proceedings. The court proceedings are done. But I have a couple other things to say. I mean, I've been going live for almost 8 hours. Now let's keep going. Record, hit a true crime record. Left no choice but to do this today. So I found out yesterday that it was long crime, that they were going to be pool, they were going to distribute my civil stalking injunction.
Oh, she pulled it up for us. Here, let me show you. She's such a liar. She reads it and she thinks her people are too stupid to read it for themselves. So we're going to go ahead and let me turn my camera back on. Sorry about that. We're going to blow this up because, again, I need to make mention of this because she's the lying liar who lies. It says right here, the request is granted, but then it says that the news reporter must share all photographs. Okay, and then it says, there will, as per the rule, she likes reading the rules, as per the rule, there will be no electronic media coverage of a person who is a minor. It's right there in black and white. Her kid was never at risk of being in any injunction, recording, transcript, nothing. She's a liar.
To all media, that it was going to be video. And like I said, I don't even know how they found out. I don't even know how it bypassed and from the administration to the judge. I have no idea what's going on.
Bypass?
And that's been going.
It wasn't bypassed, idiot. Who was it bypassed through? From the administrator to the judge. What the fuck does that even mean?
Going on for months and months and months of coercive control, intimidation, lies, defamatory statement. I can't even keep up with all the lies about me. I don't even know right from left. I've learned that a lot of people are texting me tonight, letting me know what's going on. So thank you. If anybody knows anything, let me know. As my stalker says, her DM.
Seems like she also did this to try to get people to come out of the woodwork because she still doesn't know who has what. I mean, to this day, she doesn't know who has what. Or, you know what I mean? So she's like, oh, my phone's blowing up. Like, people are texting me and now they're wanting to talk. I think that's bullshit. And I think she's trying, or she was trying to pull people out to say, yeah, this is what I received, or this is what was said, because she still didn't know. Daria, I reviewed that months ago. I reviewed that probably the day after Grayson was on Web Sleuths. That is way back in my playlist.
DMs are open. My texts are open.
Wait.
Anything. Let me know.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people are texting me tonight.
A lot of people are texting me tonight. Liar. Look at her face. It says, I'm lying. Look. No one's texting you. No one has texted you. No one's texting you. No one cares. Look at her. Lots of people are texting me tonight. Then why wouldn't you get off your live and talk to them? You've been waiting how many months to find out? They're finally texting you and you're just going to sit here smug and keep going? Bullshit. You would have left the live and scurried to find out what they know. Liar.
Letting me know what's going on. So thank you. If anybody knows anything, let me know. As my stalker says, her DMs are open. My texts are open. I don't answer DMs anymore because
I've
been changed forever through this situation. And I don't.
Wait, your DMs are open, but you don't answer DMs anymore? Huh? As my stalker says, her DMs are open. My texts are open. Oh, I don't do DMs anymore. Yeah, because you got burned. You were in so many of them, girl. You were in so many group chats. Oh. Direct messaging is not your thing, sweetheart, and neither is texting. You should probably, well, people can record you too, so you should probably just change your evil ways. Admit what you've done. Admit your evil ways. Then we can all clown on you because you never will. And that's that.
I don't answer DMs anymore because
this situation changed me.
I've been changed forever through this situation.
Oh.
And I don't know who's recording me. I don't know who my friend is or who someone is pretending to be my friend to share my information. I don't know who to trust or who not to trust. I don't know who's telling the truth or not the truth. I am so paranoid. I don't know what's fake and what's real out there. I'm not perfect. My private messages certainly are. But then the things that I've allegedly heard being said that I said aren't true. No one can produce anything. No one can share or produce anything.
What?
That I deserve to be burned.
What? No one can produce anything that I deserve to be burned. And then Lee says Lauren's lawyer is outstanding. I mean, I could probably replay Grayson and on Web Sleuths and pick up so many more things than I did the first time because we're learning. We're constantly learning more. So everything's going to continually sound different. And I love, love, love all the little nuggets you guys are picking up.
I haven't done anything. I'm a good person. I care about people.
Oh.
I don't like to hurt people.
Normal people don't even have to say this. I would never have to say that to an audience. I'm a good person. I care about people. I don't like to hurt people. You just take all of that as opposite. She's not a good person. She doesn't care about people. And she does get off on hurting people. Bing fucking bong. Projection. I haven't done anything. Means you've done a lot. I'm a good person. You're not.
I haven't done anything. I'm a good person. I care about people. I don't like to hurt people. When I have learned that some of my texts were going out and nobody's told me which ones, I did.
Okay, so she goes from telling us she's such a good person. I care about people. And then she goes in to say, nobody told her which text went out. How do those correlate?
I'm a good person. I care about people. I don't like to hurt people. When I have learned that some of my texts were going out and nobody's told me which ones, I did?
What?
I made a list of every... First I threw up in the bathroom.
You threw up? If I never said anything bad, I would never throw up over text messages. Really? How bad are these that you're barfing over them? You're barfing? I never caught this before. She barfed over text messages. So if they didn't say anything bad, like if they said, oh my God, Kay is such a sweetheart. Oh, I adore Kresha. Oh, this, though, that. You wouldn't say things like this. You wouldn't say anything like this.
I made a list of every... First I threw up in the bathroom, and then I cried.
She puked and cried.
Thinking about people that could be hurt by the last 6 years of my text messages.
Okay, so you admit you're a shitty person. You just told us you weren't, but you were really telling us that you are. Because this is all leakage. Now, if I said something horrific and I was like, oh, fuck, that's going to get out. Oh, my God. I'd be like them people up at the G-Force. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. I might puke. Because I did something that could ruin my entire setup. That is the only reason that I would puke. Is if I did something that was so bad that I knew I could never come back from, I might throw up. I threw up in the bathroom. I cried.
Thinking about people that could be hurt by the last 6 years of my text messages. And not knowing who the hell got a text message or where they are or what they are after my producer went through 6 years.
She went off
asked
script.
who I might need to apologize to.
My producer went through 6 years and I asked who I might need to apologize to.
And I sent them apologies and not even knowing if they got anything.
So I sent apologies, not even knowing. I was just stabbing at the dark at all the shitty things I've said. A list of people, and then I puked, and then I cried.
Because I'm not perfect. But I am not evil.
Oh.
I am not dark.
What? I'm not perfect. I'm not evil. I'm not dark. No one ever said you were. But it sounds like you went back upon your own words to say, I'm not perfect, but I'm not evil. I'm not dark. She knows what she did was dark as fuck. She knows what she did makes her dark. She's labeling herself. She's trying to talk herself out of what she thinks of herself. Look at her. This chick's got issues, dude.
I'm not perfect. But I am not evil. I am not dark. If I have a fault that's speaking my mind very strongly, standing up to bullies, being very blunt, not liking certain people behind the scenes, being annoyed at certain people behind the scenes, feeling suffocated maybe by certain people behind the scenes. And I don't have to share all of my inner thoughts that I might share in private text or private DMs to everybody. That's why they're private. And then, which is the purpose of the group, they leave me in a state of confusion. Like I said, paranoid, spending my time reading 6 years of text messages going, what did I possibly...
Yep. She admits she's paranoid right here. She says that the group, she says it's their purpose. That's speaking for them. There's no evidence that they had any purpose, okay? Secondly, she says they leave her in a state of confusion. Okay, that's on you, honey. Okay? Listen to the next sentence.
Like I said, paranoid, spending my time...
Like I said, paranoid, telling on herself again.
I'm reading 6 years of text messages going, what did I possibly say? What could I have possibly said? But then they never show anything. Nothing's ever shown. There was, I want to point out, a screenshot posted. Well, there's been a few screenshots.
Ozzy Tad, you should be allowed to say stuff to your friends in private. So as you can see, Ozzy Tad is a mod. Still is a mod. I have some texts from Ozzy Tad. We'll be revisiting those. Or we'll be visiting those. Not revisiting. because I haven't shown them yet, but I will. I will. I see you, Ozzy Tad. We'll see what you said in private.
Posted on the TikTok of my stalker, which some of them are real, but there's one that's clearly manufactured.
Oh, there's a manufactured text on Christina's TikTok. Okay.
They make it look like a text when it wasn't. It had a fancy, because I found it myself. Well, Grayson found it. Grayson found this text, and it has one of those fancy backgrounds, and it's.
I thought it was fake.
Through a messenger, when you can have those fancy backgrounds, we know exactly where it is, and it's the exact same verbatim, but they put it in a text form, which means they typed it out and clipped it to make it look like a.
Oh, kind of like how you typed out Gigi's transcript of the recorded call, kind of like how you typed that out. Quit accusing people of doing what you're doing. You guys recorded Gigi and then typed it all out and put it on the screen for this performance. Premeditated, pre-planned, and now you're going to talk about Christina fabricating shit? Fuck you. You're the one that's doing all this.
But they put it in a text form, which means they typed it out and clipped it to make it look like a screenshot.
No, they didn't.
What's going on?
Such a liar.
Like whether someone's reading my text, and then I heard that I said something to somebody that simply wasn't true.
What?
Like I've never said that.
What was it?
Julie, thank you for being.
No, wait, what was it? Oh, shut up.
Like I've never said something to somebody this whether someone's reading my text, and then I heard that I said something to somebody that simply wasn't true. Like I've never said that. Julie.
What was it?
Thank you for being here.
Oh,
Julie
God.
is Tammy Daybell's cousin.
Oh, my God. She is.
Most people would be mortified to have their private text revealed publicly. I, for one word, would. They are private. Thank you.
Tammy Daybell.
6 years of it. But they have done this on purpose. It's called coercive control, where it's vague threats. We've got this. We've got this. We know. That Proton email was a lie. It says that I have spoke shit about multiple people I've never spoke shit about. I love Susan Hendricks. She's one of my dearest friends. I love Ashley Banfield. I love all these people they're saying that I speak terribly about. No, I don't. So is it just a whisper campaign? Is it calls to people? I know that's happened.
A whisper? Calls to people too?
I've learned a few things. I've learned through some people. Some people have come forward. Thank you to the people that have come forward. I was allegedly, I told you, having an affair.
Here we go,
investigator
Lindsay.
on the Daybell case.
Oh.
And that one, I learned that I was living with somebody's brother in East Idaho. That was actually my doctor. That he got my number actually from patient records. That's always a winner.
Oh, what? She's claiming that. Oh shit! I didn't catch this before. She's claiming here that Janice's brother went into her patient record to get her number because she was so fucking desirable. That he went against whatever. Went into her record to get her phone number because she was so fucking desirable. Oh my
God. With an investigator on the Daybell case.
Wait, hold on.
Through some people.
With an investigator on a Daybell case. She says it like it's a question. No, it's not a question, bitch. You ain't fooling nobody.
People have come forward. Thank you to the people that have come forward. I was allegedly, I told you, having an affair with an investigator on the Daybell case. And that one, I learned that I was living with somebody's brother in East Idaho. That was actually my doctor. That he got my number actually from patient records. That's always a winner. That's probably why there was only one date.
That's probably why there was only one date. We know why there was one date, honey. Because you're one night Sally in Salt Lake City. You were traveling there for multiple meals a day, bitch. We know why there was one date. Oh, my God. Like, he went in the patient record and been like, oh, my God, I've got to get this woman's phone number. She was so fucking hot. She is accusing Janice's brother of doing something very unethical. And then she still went on the date. But she still went on the date. Oh, that's right, because she had to eat. I forgot. She had to eat. So she had to go at least once. Good to see you, Gene. Ooh, Steph says, she told me he asked her out in person. He didn't use patient records. Wow. Well, she told Steph a different story. Wide open cooter, Blue Jay is right.
What else have we heard? Oh, I stole all of my in-laws' money.
Oh, no. She stole it on herself. Hashtag Spanx. She has only brought up the affair, her in-laws' money, and sleeping with Janice's brother. I love when Grayson and Lauren plan things together because they're both so stupid. Oh, hashtag Spanx.
What else have we heard? Oh, I stole all of my in-laws' money. That's another one. They're saying I'm a gold digger.
Oh, did you use your in-laws' bank of records to walk through Jody Hildebrandt's house? Miss, I want to marry a doctor and have a baby. Oh, she's telling on herself so bad, dude. So fucking bad. I can hardly stand it.
Must be why I work so hard. Trust me, if I was a gold digger,
what?
And I married John for his wealth, I wouldn't be doing this 8-hour live right now
because you're the breadwinner. She realizes now in hindsight, but when the parents pass away, you think you're going to get all that money. We know John's parents have money. So quit your bullshit. We know what you're up to, lady. If my husband actually had a job, I wouldn't have to sit here and do this 8-hour live right now. I would not have to do it. But my doctor I married is a fucking lazy piece of shit. Is that why you brought up your lonely, wealthy, and widowed father-in-law whenever the Henderson patrol cop brought up scamming cases? Oh, good question there, Lindsay. Hendricks?
And I married John for his wealth. I wouldn't be doing this 8-hour live right now because of the existential threat to our livelihood. You know? I've had opinions about people,
which is why she claimed extortion.
Opinions about dear friends who I care about. I might have had an opinion for them for a night. And now that's there forever.
Words are forever, honey. Oh, I heard Grayson mention Janice. Hold on. Look at... Janice, the comment that Janice and your stalker made publicly about getting in your brother's bed?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's something about Janice. I heard Janice's voice. Here we go.
Yeah, we have a picture of Janice and others talking about me. I just learned this from thank God for amazing producers, right, Grayson? I've never expected this. She said to me, it's been a joke. She said, I thought I was coming to the cleanest podcast ever.
Bueller.
She's laughing over there.
I thought I was coming to the cleanest podcast ever. Weirdos.
I see all of the. Thank you, Margaret.
Good catch,
we're gonna
Blue
find
Jay.
it. They're slut shaming me for.
I forgot about this.
For being in the bed.
I'm trying to find a good cutoff point, and there's just not one right now. Slut shaming.
With someone I've never slept with. I mean, shaming me for. We're gonna find it. They're slut shaming me for being in the bed with someone I've never slept with. I mean, if I had slept with them, it would still be slut shaming. Oh yeah, so this is from the TikTok. I hate snakes.
Me too.
And then my stalker replies. So I hate snakes is written by Janice. And then my stalker replies, snakes, especially once you've made it into your brother's bed in the past. Yeah. Sorry, I've never even
nothing like admitting. You don't acknowledge these things, dumbass. When people say like masked things about you that are true, you don't acknowledge them, dumbass. You're so stupid that you tell on yourself, but keep doing it. Keep doing it.
Even kissed your brother. And if I had, I'd own it. I don't know why.
You just fucked his brains out. You don't have to kiss to do that, dumbass. We know this. She fucked his brains out, y'all. Oh my God.
Hide. If I lived with him, I'd own it. You know, no harm, no foul.
You don't own anything. No harm, no foul.
I'm a pretty open book. I mean, you guys want to ask me questions?
I'm a pretty open book. I mean, you guys want to ask me questions?
Pretty honest. Pretty open book.
Pretty honest. I'm a good person. I care about people. I'm not evil. I'm not dork. Dude, Sleuthy, I wondered if they were sexting with her and John too. Considering they're apart all the time. You know she's got to like sext with him. Ugh. Could you imagine sharing your sex with John with anyone? I mean, nobody said yikes, Ashley. We're going to wrap it up in just a minute here, and we're going to head over to Jolene. Jolene, she's covering the Oktoberfest, Lauren.
It doesn't mean I tell everyone everything the first time I meet them. And it does mean that sometimes people think they know me better than they really do. But I don't pretend to be someone that I'm not.
Okay, we're going to stop on that note because that couldn't be a bigger lie. Thank you guys so much for being here. I am going to ship you guys over to Jolene. We're going to pick this up. We have an hour to go. So we'll do one more part 6, and we will go over this because this one was really interesting. It was really interesting. Thank you guys for being here, though. Thank you to my moderators. Thank you for all the Cooter Chats, Super Chats, and memberships. You are going to be thanked in the credits after we get in the Cooter DeVille.
A Cooter DeVille. I think the devil drives a Cooter DeVille.
I'll be on here tomorrow for you guys. Your viewing pleasure.
Against her will. I got time to kill.
Let's go over and see Jolene. Okay. We're going to finish our song while we listen to our credits. Let's do this, Cooters. I love you guys. Thank you.